Pod. Chorus. Breakdown. Breakdown hook.
Good morning there, Mr. Parr.
Breakdown hook. Instrumental section.
Good morning. How you doing today, Parr?
Not bad. I'm just getting ready to go hop in the shower and then head over and check into Hard Rock.
Nice. Let the games begin. You feeling lucky today? I'm very stoked.
I mean, it cannot last forever. I will ride the ride until it does, though.
There you go. Speaking of riding rides, we're getting more and more snow here, Parr. So the snow luge is coming out wonderfully. Knock on wood.
We need other snow rides to build. That is awesome.
Yes. Yeah, maybe I can figure out how to put another track down the other side of the house. It's possible. Anything's possible. We have the technology.
Cool.
Yep. No snow over there, I guess, huh?
And that was raining earlier. I'm waiting so that'll be clear. It won't be raining anymore today.
10-4.
By afternoon. So it's 11 here now, and I'll hop in the shower, load up my gear, and get to Hard Rock.
There you go. Yeah, I'm just pulling up some stuff here. Are you familiar with Dr. Len Bear?
Yes, I am. I retweeted him earlier.
Oh, excellent. Cool beans. Yeah, he's a good dude. I've chatted with him a fistful of times, did an interview with him. I think he's doing good work trying to get some truth out there to folks. Very much championing the cause of the AHI, the anomalous health incidents, Havana syndrome, that type of stuff, and obviously trying to raise the level of concern for folks regarding these technologies being used on the civilian population, which is certainly very problematic. You know, it's one thing to see the military using it against our enemies in foreign countries. I can understand that in a way. But then, you know, the concept of these things being used domestically should be very concerning. Yeah, I see here he wrote a letter to The Honorable Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Subject being immediate HHS action needed on civilian Havana syndrome and anomalous health incidents on U.S. soil.
Yeah, I grabbed a discussion he's having about the sonic weapon versus the high
Higher,
power microwave.
yeah, yep. So
I put it up there.
excellent. Yeah, I try to focus on the term directed energy weapons because it covers the topic appropriately enough, whilst not getting caught in, I guess you'd say, the specifics, because there's a lot of confusion when it comes to specificity. So I think that's where we can get a little divided in our efforts. With it's one of those things, when people say a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. So I think there's a lot more knowledge if we just operate from the term directed energy weapons. I believe directed energy weapons were certainly wielded in Venezuela. Whether they were sonic or not is, I would say, questionable, and makes it a bit more divisive. Yeah. So it's very interesting to me. But I'm gonna read through this letter here. It says, Secretary Kennedy, I write this open letter on behalf of Targeted Justice Incorporated, a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and the growing number of American civilians diagnosed with Havana syndrome anomalous health incidents on U.S. soil. As medical director, I urgently call upon you to end the prolonged inaction by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and National Institutes of Health regarding these cases. As documented in the January 2026 update of the Civilian Registry for Diagnosed Havana Syndrome Patients and AHI among civilians occurring on U.S. soil. The January 2026 CRHS reports 14 verified civilian diagnoses, doubled from the 2025 report, supported by medical documentation. These diagnoses were made using the same criteria that resulted in equivalent diagnoses in federal employees. But unlike government personnel covered under the Havana Act of 2021 and the Department of Labor 2022 Bulletin, civilians receive no specialized care, research access, or official acknowledgement. The civilian registry exists specifically because federal civilian surveillance is absent. CDC inaction is now documented as an operational failure. A CDC response to September 29, 2025 petition urging the agency to recognize civilian cases, establish surveillance, and provide physician guidance stated. Unfortunately, this question is out of scope for CDC info. As a result, clinicians and state public health partners are left without a case definition or pathway, even when medically diagnosed cases are presented through standard channels. NIH inaction is prolonging a research blind spot that directly harms civilians. A separate petition to the NIH September calling for recognition, civilian inclusion, and clinical protocols was sent on September 29, 2025. NIH-sponsored key AHI studies that excluded civilians, which were halted after an internal review found participant coercion violating informed consent, and no new NIH AHI research had resumed since. There is also an issue of politically motivated rather than scientifically justified conclusion of the 2024 NIH neuroimaging study that since had been reanalyzed using NIH's own data that erased the no MRI brain injury conclusion. No agency response was received. Civilian cases are real, diagnosed, and increasing, resulting in neurological debilitation and permanent disability. The consequences of CDC and NIH inaction include, but not limited to, undercounted civilian incidents, including in children, structurally enabled misdiagnosis, loss of critical clinical data, and an entrenched discriminatory system where federal employees and dependents receive structured pathways while civilians do not. One aspect of this ongoing issue is that using current diagnostic criteria, we can now reliably conduct differential diagnosis without naming attribution. In other words, the absence of attribution does not negate a diagnosable syndrome and should not delay civilian case definition, reporting, and clinician guidance. Civilian access to expert diagnosis is being heavily restricted, which further undermines surveillance and care. A statement attributed to Dr. Michael E. Hoffer at the University of Miami describes it concisely. I am not allowed to diagnose civilian Havana syndrome victims any longer. The government won't let me. Whether this restriction is formal or informal, the impact described is the same. It blocks civilian confirmation, suppresses clinical standardization, and obstructs data collection needed for mitigation. Secretary Kennedy, your commitment to health transparency aligns with addressing this disparity. I am asking you to issue written direction to CDC and NIH to execute the following actions. 1. Publicly recognize civilian Havana syndrome, AHI, as a reportable condition. 2. Establish a civilian case registry and surveillance mechanism. 3. Issue diagnostic and management guidance for healthcare providers. 4. Extend NIH research protocols and clinical care access to diagnosed civilians. 5. Facilitate interagency coordination with the intelligence community for threat assessment respecting classified boundaries. These steps would fulfill HHS's mission to protect all Americans, prevent unnecessary suffering, and restore public trust. Targeted Justice stands ready to collaborate, providing CRHS data and physician expertise. Respectfully, Len Bear, MD, Medical Director, Targeted Justice Incorporated, on behalf of diagnosed civilian patients and advocates.
What is the date of that letter?
The 10th. Well, I should say, I'm sorry. He posted this on the 10th. I'm scrolling back up to see in the body of this text, it doesn't state an actual date, so it could have been penned and sent earlier, but I imagine this was rather recent. I would gather within the last week or so he probably pumped it out in that direction. I'll chuck it up in the nest here for anybody that wants to take a look. Yeah, it's well put, I would say, to say the very least. Very important stuff. I mean, if our military is wielding these weapons, and obviously the activities that occurred in Venezuela, there are, civilians in proximity to things going on. So I would say there's the potential for our weapons to be harming the civilians in foreign countries. Collateral damage occurs. It's, one of the tragedies of war. But with that being said, I would appreciate then that there's potential foreign factions that would have these weapons as well and potentially be utilizing them on American soil, for which there would be collateral damage, is where my brain goes.
Yeah, in that video that Tukpa puts out, where there's testimony by Christo Grazev
Okay.
regarding a 1991 device that he saw when they questioned him. He replied he saw a 1991 version of the weapon.
Oh yeah, I believe this stuff's been around
Yeah,
for
I
a
mean,
while.
I was probably that shit was probably used on me in the 90s.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Sure.
That's what I think. It's been going on a
sure.
while. I mean, there's a whole community that refers to themselves as targeted individuals, and I would imagine they could be targeted for
like
a multitude of reasons.
Put me in their database.
Say that again, Par?
Some church made a list of all of us, and I'm in that.
Okay. Yeah, and there's probably even more people that never made the list. There's that.
Yeah, I can't really stay forever, but I'll hang out and finish my coffee.
Oh, there you go.
I gotta hop in the shower and get going eventually here.
Oh, totally understood, Par. Coffee talk requires coffee, but yet life carries on. Got to do what you got to do. You got to go make those Benjamins, Par.
That is correct.
We got a new person in here. Offline, if you're looking to engage, don't hesitate. Request a mic. Find out what's going on in your head. That works too. Let's see here. Go back to Mr. Bear's page and see what else he's been putting up. There was something else he had there that looked interesting that I don't think I saw. It was some sort of document. There it is. Directed energy, DoD directed energy weapons background and issues for Congress. Let me pop that up. Oh, well, that's interesting. All kinds of stuff in this thing. Directed energy maneuver for short range, indirect fire protection capability, high power microwave, lasers on next generation Army combat vehicles, selected Navy directed energy programs. Man, this is a treasure trove. Solid state laser technology maturation, optical dazzling interceptor, Helios, Odin, high energy laser counter. Wow, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, they'd be like gonna pop out the Dazzler on you.
Well, that's the issue, is that they're, if nobody knows this stuff exists, I mean, it could be very problematic. You know, who's doing what, and what are the potentials that are available to them to wield. Potential advantages of HPM weapons. I'm sorry, potential advantages. Then that is potential limitations. Funding for directed energy programs. Fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2025. Just checking to see if we had any requests coming in, because I'm on a different screen, so I don't see it. In the millions of dollars. Army, $557 million. Navy, $152 million. Air Force, $318 million. Defense-wide, $306. Total, in the billions. That was fiscal year 23. '24 it dropped. 25 it dropped. That's a very interesting document.
What was the highest amount for the most recent year?
Most recent year being 2025. Let me scroll back down to that. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Where was that? Okay. 2025. See, it was Army was at 167, Navy was at 82, Air Force at 217, defense-wide at 316, and then it puts the total at 789.
Million, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty close to $1 billion. It's $750 million.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that, I would say, is what's being presented. There's always stuff that can be backdoored and accomplished through other programs without as much specificity. That, to me, would be the more benign stuff that's in the document that's been around for many years. But God only knows what's going on behind more secure doors.
Putin's plan, he built a gun that, if you get shot with it, it just drops you. It jams all your neural synapses, and you just will collapse. He spent, since 2012, I think it was, he spent half a billion rubles on it.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I'm sure we have a similar system. I'm sure I'm sure there's many factions that have similar systems.
I'm surprised we don't see the mafia running around with them, because the Russians, it will leak to the mafia.
Yeah, I mean, I would have no doubt. I keep, this is, what I've been screaming from the mountaintop for years now, is that many factions have access to these technologies, and they're all vying to be king of the mountain. Ooh, what do we got here? New stuff from Dr. James Giordano.
Cool. Gene's here.
Hey, good morning there, Mr. Gene. I just read a letter, an open letter to Secretary Kennedy from Len Baer, MD, who's kind of a champion for the cause of civilians suffering Havana syndrome symptoms and or what is now being referred to as AHI, anomalous health incidents. And I chucked it up in the nest. Very, very on point. I've spoken with Len Bear a few times, interviewed him, I think once, maybe twice. But, you know, these technologies are very concerning. You know, certainly if the military is wielding them in other countries, there's a potential for
It's
collateral
cool
damage.
that you have exposure with him and you can talk to him. That's great.
Yeah, he's a really good dude. I've asked him plenty of times if he would do an interview again, but he basically just told me that the way that his health is now, he doesn't feel that he has the cognitive skills to properly represent the topic through interviews anymore. That he's unfortunately a bit challenged to engage in that modality anymore, which is unfortunate.
I like Lynn Bear a lot.
Hey, good morning, Tupa.
Morning, Eric.
Yeah, Len's a really good dude who's, you know, I support what he's doing. He supports what I'm doing. There's a problem with this technology. Excuse me.
Hey, YouTube.
And the civilian side is unfortunately ignored. So we saw what happened in Venezuela. Like, cool, the military has it, but even when we use weapons of war in the battle zone, there's collateral damage. We try to minimize it to the civilian population. But if we have these technologies, I believe other people have these technologies, and potentially we have civilians here getting hurt through the actions of foreign factions, and there may be collateral damage that's being ignored.
Was Len targeted?
I believe from what he has stated, yes. I would not be an expert on the topic, but to the best of my recollection, Len has stated, yeah, because he has gone through the medical testing to show that he has the symptoms, the wounds of war, so to say, from the technology.
Which is like they call like the immaculate concussion.
Oh,
right.
New term for me.
Yeah, like the immaculate concussion. Doctors are calling it that because when they were seeing it, they couldn't figure it out. There were injuries, but there was no mark. Like there was basically brain damage, but there was no wound.
Yes, I got you. That makes sense now. So yes, he discussed with me that like the idea of some of this stuff is that the way that you test for a concussion will show that you have a concussion, but you don't suffer the standard method of injury that would have caused the concussion. So there's that peculiarity, which he does kind of get to in the letter that I just read earlier, that, you know, you can have the symptoms without, I think the word that he was used, the method of attribution. So it's like, to me, it's like having bullet holes, but you don't know where the gun was, you know? So it's like you still have all the problems. You're walking wounded, but you don't know where the weapon was that fired at you.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah, the cavitation that happens in the brain when the weapon allegedly is used to vibrate the brain to produce sound waves, that causes a lot of problems for people.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, not to mention that you have sounds coming from within your head that you're not, you know what I mean? You're not aware of what it is, where it's coming from.
I think people have really not considered the power of that. You know, excuse me. The idea that, I mean, imagine if my microphone pumped into your head, Tupa, and you didn't know it. And if 24 hours a day I'm just fucking with you and, you know, saying whatever I want to say, like, it's not necessarily control, but talk about an ability to manipulate, you know, to make you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's.
You could do like untold things to people because if you can make someone question their reality,
right?
And you can kind of like that's
huge.
That's enough damage right there,
right? And if the voice that I pumped in was in your voice, right? Like,
dude,
right? It's like it's almost like voice to text. Like I'm putting the info in there, but you're just hearing my input, my intrusive voice in your head, in your voice. That's super powerful.
Well, what Len was reporting was that he was hearing the voice of his sister, his brothers-in-law, his father, his mother, and they were criticizing everything he was doing.
Right.
They would and not in the moment, but and this is his assessment that it must have been AI voices and it must have been on a recording because he was hearing it 24/7.
Gotcha. Yeah, I absolutely think AI could be incorporated, and then mine all of the stuff that you engage in to become pertinent to the conversation in your head. You know, this is where metadata matters because it's got to be pertinent, right? If I didn't know you, and I had no information on you, the ability to wield intrusive thoughts with any effect would be harder than if I had a shitload of info on you. Like, it's just very reasonable to consider that I need to know more about you to functionally fuck with you. And I think this is where it gets into the...
There would have been expert systems.
I think this is where we get into antiquity, because I do believe contemporarily these technologies are similar to ancient techniques, right? Throwing your voice, being able to mimic someone's voice, impersonate, right? So that would be a technique that could have been applied eons ago, right? If you walked into a room and I walked into a room and I was skilled at throwing a voice and impersonating you, it's the same thing as V2K at that point. I'm still fucking with you, but I still need to have info on you to be accurate. So I think this is where back in the day that the mystery schools were familiar with these types of techniques, and this is why they proselytize that know thyself matters, because you need to be cognizant of when an intrusive thought and a manipulator is about. But I see we got Gene with his hand up here. So good morning, Mr. Gene. Come on in.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see everyone. And yeah, I was on the space yesterday listening in with Augustus and Eric and Tupa. I think I saw both of y'all in there. Tupa was speaking. You know, I mean, that was a great space. Fascinating. What I wanted just to throw so prior to 2010, we were using LRADs in the oil and gas industry for anti-piracy applications primarily. So we were getting them installed in the offshore platforms and on some of the tanker fleets. And what was funny was after a while, the security forces on the platform and then on the vessels began noticing the pirates wearing headphones. And so then they would, follow it up with some gunshots, being like, well, if you don't want to listen, then here, we'll give you some of that. But the other thing that was starting to be implemented around the time I was leaving The Hague were the devices that would make them nauseous. And so, it was manipulating the frequency. And then the other thing with the LRADs, I know they were going to, instead of just sending out the message of that official turn away kind of shit,
right?
Then they were also doing things with the tones to deafen or blow out eardrums and stuff like that. So that's like prior to, again, 2010. It was implemented,
right? And technically, Gene, this was private sector, not military, correct?
Correct. Well, and I remember, again, hindsight being 2020, right? All the interactions I had with DARPA back in those days, and going out to test facilities and things like that, where they had this the pressurized vessels, because we were testing explosive things. We were getting they were looking for signatures to assess the exhaust of vehicles and try and figure out what gas station, or where the source of gasoline or diesel was by chemical signatures. And then this was something I remember having the discussion with DARPA about and piloting the program, getting shit for free. And so that's now going back into like 2005-ish.
Yeah. I mean, this. I keep telling folks this stuff's been around for a long time. It's not just the military; it's in the private sector as well. Gene, do you happen to recall if the company that you were getting your LRADs from was it the LRAD company that effectively then changed its name to Genesis, Genassys?
That sounded very familiar when I saw it, when I heard it yesterday, and I jumped on the iPad and looked it up. I can't say definitively, but it's sounded familiar.
Fair enough, yeah, because they literally market their wares on YouTube, and everybody can see exactly what they're putting out to the market. And to me, it begs the question, like, can I call them up and order one of their backpack units?
Yeah,
I mean, they're
No,
saying
like I
they're
said-
saying it's not a weapon. They're saying it's a communications device,
right.
right? I'm
There-
a
there's
militia
100
leader in the state of Alaska. In case of an emergency, I want to be able to communicate to my community, Gene.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Right.
mean, I would, like anything else. I forget who, maybe it was TJ. Somebody was asking about sort of the Jane's and Jane's Defense and all those materials. I'm like, yeah, here they are. They're, each magazine's $1,000 an issue, and your subscriptions for it. So it's available to you, but for the most part, you would be trying to get return on investment. And so they know it's priced at a point that it's going to be serious institutional players. And I'd say very much the same thing. If it were if we started the Hecker Oil and Gas Company, we could probably, get all of that stuff. They'd probably give it to you for a certain amount of time to test it out for free.
Yeah, Gene, I used to hack LexisNexis just to be able to get in and see the Jane stuff.
Yeah, right. But it's just, I mean, like I said, I just kick myself in the ass now that in those moments, I'm like, oh, it's cool. All right, we're doing this stuff. And I didn't have the foresight to keep business cards and contacts because I think it was somewhat arrogance. It's like, yeah, they come to me when they need shit and they want to test stuff out. So fuck them. And now I'm like, oh man, I wish I remembered all this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's probably cost prohibitive for me to pick up one of them backpack devices. But I question, I wish I had the monies to throw in that direction just to find out if they're like, yeah, sure, it's yours. 15 grand later, now you have your own communications device. That's non-lethal when you don't turn the dial into the red zone, because operators are trained never to put it in the red zone, even though there's a red zone on the dial.
But things happen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's non-lethal as long as you stay in the green and the yellow zone.
Oh Lord, I don't know how we got all the way up there.
Yeah. My training says to never move the dial that far. It's like a gun's non-lethal if you're just pistol whipping someone with it. Our officers are trained never to pull the trigger and shoot anyone, so therefore the guns are non-lethal.
That's right. I always say, there's not a lot of jokes that translate well between languages and interpretation. Jokes are very much culturally, but one of the main ones that always did it with, cops that I deal with in foreign countries was, the guy getting stopped for rolling through a stop sign. And he tells the cop, well, I slowed down. What's the difference? The cop says, stand out, come outside. Mm-hmm. He starts beating him with the nightstick. And after a couple of minutes, the cop says, so do you want me to slow down or you want me to stop?
That is a good one. And yeah, that'll translate in every country. I used to like when the cops were walking around with the mag lights with the extended battery portion.
I had one of those, the 4D cell.
It's just a flashlight, man.
That's right. And it's funny.
And they were trained not to beat people with them.
Right.
You carry the big one.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I had bruises on the back of my knees from just carrying that thing around. And I carried that until I got certified on the expandable baton.
Yep. Yeah, those were those big flashlights. were utilized in the trades as well, because you never know where you're going to get a call to sometimes. So yeah, I just have my flashlight out in case it's dark.
Okay. That's it.
So, Gene, you had that extendable baton. Did you ever have the 3-spring one that the Germans made? Bunch of springs with things hanging off them.
No, never got into that kind of kink. It was just the
Yeah, that would hurt, man.
yeah.
I mean,
no, I had the standard baton, and it had the nub up the top that we call the rib spreader, that you would, even if you had it condensed, you could, push it into the ribs. And then before that, I had got certified on the basic baton that had the side handle on it. And so, you'd spin that around and
Like TJ Hooker?
Tauntaun.
yeah.
That's the good stuff. I had one of my friend's fathers was a New York City beat cop sergeant. He'd been he'd been a cop for years, but he just liked being a beat sergeant. And he was an old school Irishman, and he just had the old school wooden baton, like a mini baseball bat. And he prided himself on that. He never drew his gun once on anybody, but boy, would he light them up with the billy club if he had to.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen New York beat cops with just I've seen them, and they have the wooden baton, but it's just a little tiny one. It's like when they were little kids, because their whole family's cops, so they're giving it to them when they're a little kid. And I see that guy wearing it.
Yep.
So he's like his new deployment, so he's wearing it.
Yeah, pretty soon they'll all be running around with Genesis style LRAD backpacks, though.
LRAD. Exactly.
Yeah, they'll be in every squad car. It'll be like the shotgun that's in center console. They'll have an LRAD in the trunk of like every squad car, if they don't already.
Oh, the one other thing that I was part of was lights. And that, what the hell was it? So it was like a light panel system that would disperse crowds by using certain light frequencies that would like calm them down and sort of make them forget what they were angry about, kind of thing. There was a whole thing with that too.
What's weird about that, Gene? The docility beam, the confusing docility beam.
Yeah.
I mean,
so it was supposed to be like, oh, we're going to light up this area for safety, but the tones of the lights were such that you'd be like, maybe I don't care about that all this much.
This stuff kills me because, like, I think of it like guns, right? Like, eventually guns make it into the hands of bad people also. So now that these technologies are coming to light for the general public, how many decades have bad people also been using them for nefarious purposes?
So many.
Right?
So many. I think, honestly, like, obviously the weaponry and stuff is national security is going to be very serious, but like, I fully believe that there's a percentage, whether it be 1% or 5%, of people in hospitals who are being fucked with, like people in mental institutions.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because all of these weapons can make somebody feel like they're crazy. And if that's the case, how many, like, for generations, a system of control, which is called the government, has been able to utilize this weapon in secret against enemies, against dissidents, against anyone who doesn't want to have a voice, and no one knew about it. So I would imagine that our institutions are flooded with people who were written off as crazy.
Yep.
And they were actually being attacked with these weapons.
I'm certain you're familiar with the Stargate program. I've put out documentation that I've come across that shows that program, at the very least, was experimenting on people, as it referred to in the paperwork, that were knowing and unknowing of the experimentation going on with them. So I don't believe that that's the only program that would function in that capacity, where there would also be unknowing participants.
Yeah, it's weird because You know, when MK Ultra ended, Stargate pretty much started. So you get that bleed over probably.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they just. I mean, it's a protocol that everybody knows is going on with these programs across the board. Name changes are required. It's due process to keep people from figuring things out.
So let me ask this, if anybody's familiar with the idea, because what I started wondering about was, radio waves, right? And there's stories about radio waves kind of bouncing off the ionosphere for distance and time, and there's a old message that gets intercepted. What are the guardrails on these things, these the God voices, that it's one thing to say, oh, we pointed at the subject and it only goes to him, and it's like, okay, well, what if you miss, or does that signal deflect, or anything? Does anyone have any awareness of sort of the unintended consequences?
I think a lot of these were actually like really hard to target individuals. I think a lot of these weapons, they like a frequency, like a sound wave, they spread out. And to get it really pinpointed to one person must have been probably the more difficult process. So a lot of these weapons have been repackaged, or how like you invent one thing and somebody else finds a use for it. It's been repackaged as crowd control. A lot of this stuff as like, oh, way to, you know what I mean? And then military grade crowd control too. So they're meant to hit large groups of people all at one time, just like the voice of God. But the ones that you want to target someone like personally, you have to be close to them, and you have to have something like a little handheld satellite dish or one of those dishes in order to really aim it at a person. My guess is you'd want that person to be alone, most likely alone in their house or in their car. And then I also believe that it would be foolish not to assume that things like AirPods and Apple Watches and all this other data, this metadata that's around, is not being utilized by these weapons in order to target someone. So you could, like, one of the things that Robert Duncan, who passed away recently, but Robert Duncan mentioned, was that they'll do these sweeps on people. They will ping your body and your brain, your glands, your organs, and they will find the frequencies for everything that you have inside you, including the parts of your brain that produce dopamine, the parts that produce fear. And then once they have those frequencies pinned down, they can pump that specific frequency into your body and trigger those glands, trigger those organs, and give you dopamine dumps.
Yeah, it's like that testimony that you put out of the Bulgarian researcher Grazev, where he talks about he's the one who's seen the unit from 1991, the little satellite dish one.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I guarantee that was used on me in the 90s.
That'd be awful. I hope not. But yeah, get justice if that was the case. But yeah, I think now it can be very specific.
Some feedback. So now that it's coming out.
Good.
Yeah, I always wonder, in every couple of years I get a new updated letter from the VA about some place I was exposed to ionizing radiation or some other kind of radiation and whatnot. I just keep thinking, for the years I was in, and we used to do those crowd control exercises, and they'd whip out all this equipment. I never experienced anything like that, but I always wonder, what were they testing on us as we were practicing our crowd control techniques?
I bet a lot. I mean, there's this thing. The study came out, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, where a lot of these crowd control, or one of these crowd control weapons, was to pump out a high frequency sound, so that people would basically they'd hear a screech and they'd disperse. But they found out that the weapon could also produce a sub-audible, low frequency sound that triggered people's aggression. And that this device meant to disperse crowds could, if someone wanted to, also use it to subliminally agitate the crowd. And that's fascinating to me.
Absolutely. Super important that it has the capacity to do that. But in regards to what you were saying before, Tupa, about the possibility of using it against a crowd or an individual in the crowd, that bridge has been crossed. The company Genesis has a YouTube channel where they literally are putting out commercials for their products, instructional videos on exactly how this stuff works. And one of their selling points is specifically that there's a dial, and it's like, hey, do you want to shoot this beam out in a wide spectrum so that everyone is impacted, or do you want to dial it down so that you're only getting one person in the crowd? And as they express it, it's for like if you target one individual in the crowd that you think is like the rabble rouser leader, if you believe that by tactically taking that one person out, you can dismantle the activity of the whole crowd, you have that as an option.
It's gonna make you wonder. Wouldn't that be an interesting strategy for the U.S. to pursue in a place like Iran, where if they had somebody like a combat controller that could go in and make crowds angry, boy, wouldn't that timing be coincidental?
Yeah, they use it in Iraq to make everybody surrender. That was the voice of God version of it.
Yep, that it functions. I mean, if you're the only person in the crowd hearing it, I mean, that's voice to God tech right there. And then to me, it begs the question in the concept of antagonizing crowds. Is it possible that we're just witnessing that within our own country right now? We keep seeing these activities where we see crowds of people doing stuff that we think is fucking lunacy. You're like, what would motivate people to do that? And it's like, electromagnetic warfare, cognitive weapons, maybe?
Yeah, and power, back with Iraq, again, that's what, and I'm a Gulf War era veteran, and
yeah,
I've got
what they did is they marched to that fucking radio station, set that voice of God weapon up there.
Yeah, but I've got all these Gulf War illness, neurological mysteries going on with me that get progressively worse in the 30 plus years since.
Honestly, it's probably from the Michigan shots you got. They came from Michigan.
Yeah,
all the inoculations you got.
Yeah, it begs the question: who can purchase these devices? And we see Soros-funded groups getting crowds riled up, and we think it's from simply paying them. But what if it's a less mechanical means and more electronic antagonizing of these people? It's a fair concern when these technologies are being monopolized away from the vast majority of the people to understand what exists. And it's the potential for abuse is on massive levels.
Yeah, I think, and you raise a good point there, because traditionally, and again, I'll go back to the 90s in my crowd control training, the number one thing was identify the antagonists, that there's always individuals, if there's a crowd of 100, there's, 2 to 3 who are the ones who keep, and identify them, isolate them, pull them out of the crowd. And then generally the crowd would begin to disperse and lose its momentum. But you're right, we see everybody now is equally agitated. So what you're framing makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, it's like they're all on the same frequency, Gene.
Yeah, I got hit by an ORAD during the austerity protests in New York.
I think of like COINTELPRO back in the day, right? During the Vietnam War, COINTELPRO would send agents into the group that's pro-war. They would send agents into the group that's anti-war. And they would, either rile up one side, reduce, like they were controlling, but through direct engagement through personal relationships and things like that. Now I imagine that there could be a COINTELPRO type group at an event with multiple forms of directed energy weapons, and now, they're pumping up frequency to one side. They're pumping a frequency to the other side. They're agitating both sides of the street, so to say, and whipping everybody up into a frenzy, putting it on the news, saying, oh, we have to do stuff to squelch this. It was like, well, maybe you're the ones firing it up for political gain, potentially, for, economic reasons, if you're a corporation. So there's so many things to be considered here on the table of nefarious activities and potentials. This is why I beg people to start paying attention to the technologies that we're not aware of.
Yeah, when it comes to activists, like, the famous people showed up too, like Susan Sarandon was there.
Sorry, I was just doing a little switch from the phone to the studio again. I wasn't sure if I was having audio issues. It looked to me like Tupa was talking, but I guess nobody was. And I just brought up someone else here, a new person. Oh, and I got another request coming in, it looks like. Okay. Should be functioning. I'm assuming everybody can hear me.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, Chris.
Interesting conversation so far. Such a wide topic.
Yeah. That's why I try to keep it to the term directed energy weapons, because I think it covers all of the possibilities of things that we're currently unfamiliar with in any form of greater specificity. But it's a good way to get the ball rolling on the conversation, and certainly a worthy topic. It looks like people are bouncing in and out of the speaker panel, so maybe there's some sort of glitching going on.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, wait. Great. I don't know if this has been mentioned in the space yet, but I went ahead and put it in the purple pill. But I just wanted to announce that Eric Von Däniken passed away this morning. He was known for the author of The Chariots of the Gods. He was a staple on Ancient Aliens. I know everybody in the community loves to watch Ancient Aliens. It's usually on in the background at my house. And it's so funny. My daughter, we do tutoring at the library, and I actually had just checked out Chariots of the Gods within this month. So I just wanted to make that announcement, and I just think that we should all maybe say a prayer for his family, and just hold him in our thoughts. So anyway,
For sure.
Please like, share, and repost the space.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I actually did see that news this morning. Rest in peace, Eric Von Däniken. Here's an interesting little tidbit. I was doing a plumbing service call in Old Westbury, Long Island once. And as I often do when I go into people's homes, I pay close attention to the books on their bookshelves. And it helps to engage conversation with the customer and just, it's fun. I like books. And I was at this guy's house one day, and his name turned out it was Louis Navia. And we were having a wonderful conversation on, I guess you would say, like all things ancient aliens. My brain was there at the time. And, I was reading, and we were having an amazing conversation. And he was kind of blown away at all the stuff that I knew. And in the middle of us having a conversation, he grabs his phone, a landline, a house phone back in the day, and he gets his friend on his phone, and he is talking to his friend on the phone and telling him all about this plumber that's in his house that knows about this and knows about this and knows about that. And we're having this great conversation. And then he hands me the phone and he goes, "Eric, I want you to talk to my friend, Eric." And he put me on the phone with Eric Von Daniken. And then Von Daniken and I had a wonderful chat about stuff. And it was just, one of those weird things where you never know what's going to happen when you're doing service work and who you're going to run into and what paths cross. Cool. Yeah, it was really cool. I was like, and I had read his book.
He had a full good life. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it was just really cool that, so Lewis was also part of the Ancient Aliens show when it first came out. And, he wound up becoming one of my favorite clients. He was old at the time, though, so I imagine he probably passed away as well. He was more ancient than Daniken, and this was probably in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know when I had made the announcement about Eric Von Daniken in another space, somebody had made the mistake. I thought that he passed away a few years ago, but they were misremembering Leonard Nimoy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's very. I think he was a very treasured member of the community.
Yeah, he was ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Absolutely ahead of the curve. Gene, I'm intrigued at how much access you had in the private sector way back when to those technologies. That's it speaks volumes to support accusations I've made to lay at the feet of the world, so to say.
Well, when you think about it, if any industry had money to piss away, right, and in that period, right, so the post 9/11 world is really when the oil and gas industry, when it came to security and intelligence and all the rest of it, I mean, that's how I, thrived, because I just happened to be, I got through the door in 2000, a year or so beforehand. And so there were a lot of the industry at the time I entered, the guys I worked with, they were the vast majority, all retired, senior law enforcement people, FBI, Secret Service, whatever. So, I was 20 plus years younger than most of my colleagues. And after 9/11, they took this focus, and there was me, there was another guy they got that had come out of the Coast Guard, who was had a degree in chemistry, and his father was actually the country chair for Exxon in Angola. So his family had a long history, and he'd worked in the industry early on. So in that immediate post 9/11 world, there weren't a whole lot of us who had military and industry experience that could begin taking this, these things forward. And through those years, there, and as we started hiring new people, so I'd say, stop hiring old police chiefs. Let's hire people out of, one of my favorites was diplomatic security service for the State Department, because they understood technology and perimeters and facilities and executive protection and the swarm whole, realm of issues that needed to be dealt with. And so the backgrounds of people began to change. And then it was, into the 2004, we started going into the intel side of it a lot more. And that's when in Houston, before I left Houston, we had the recently retired deputy director of the FBI for the Los Angeles office, who came to work for us there. And his brother did, electronic surveillance stuff. He himself, his big claim to fame was when the FBI suspected Robert Hansen of spying, they put Hansen to work for this guy to kind of keep tabs on him. And there's a movie called Breach, and he's even portrayed in that movie. And then in The Hague, they brought in the number 2 from MI6, who retired because he didn't get the number 1 slot. And then he brought me to The Hague to help him, organize all this and set up the systems globally within Shell and build out this intel private sector structure that would then make us intel-led rather than just purely responsive or threat-led.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more proactive than reactive.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when we had, the clearances, and it's okay, who's going to hold clearances? And the Department of Energy held them for a while. And then once Homeland Security was stood up, they transferred them over to Homeland Security. And then we could go, if I was in the office in Houston and DHS wanted to have a phone call, I could just run to the FBI office, or I could run down to the Coast Guard and have access to the secure phones.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's cool. My cousin in Dallas, she married a DHS agent there out of that office.
Yeah, we were filled with, we had a lot of former FBI people, again, in Houston, folks that had worked on the Enron case. Listen, we had the whole wrath. I remember there was one of the investigators was doing a child pornography case, and it was a contract. Ultimately, it came down, it was a contractor who worked on an offshore platform, who, when he was out there, would be using VPNs to download child porn from all over the world. And we had a once we tracked him down and identified in the schedule and everything, then we just went out there on a helicopter, with the FBI, and they arrested the guy out there. So crazy shit that goes on.
Yeah, in the private sector, I work with a lot of Secret Service people. In fact, one of our directors, he was a former Secret Service agent, and they pulled him back into the Secret Service to become the director after that lady got fired, who was the director. They needed somebody, so they pulled him back in. It was Paul Clancy. And then also so many other people that were after the Secret Service joined, working on staff with us, like one of our security intelligence people. He used to be on the presidential intelligence team at Secret Service in the White House. He's cool. He's a good friend of mine.
I had a customer one time, again, an ancient man by the time that I came across his path. And he was telling me when the whole Desert Shield turned into Desert Storm, he was saying that he was very old at the time then. And he was some sort of skilled translator when it came to Middle Eastern dialects. And he was ancient and he was out of the military, no official obligations, connections, or whatever. But when the whole Desert Storm thing was going on, he got a knock at the door and the Fed showed up and basically like forced him back into service, brought him to the Middle East as a translator because apparently he was like the only one that had such a skill set. He wound up getting shot. Yeah, he got shanghaied. He got like forced back into service, and I was as usual just there fixing someone's kitchen sink and listening to their life story. And boy, did this guy have a story. If I remember correctly, they chucked him on a freaking submarine. It was wild. And he said he was I think he was like 70 something years old. They were having an engagement that went sour. He got shot, nothing fatal, but you never know what's really going on out in the world.
No, it's so funny because I, though it's not getting dragged back into the military, Saturday night, I started getting phone calls about Iran. And I was like, and I'm like, well, what the hell is everybody, what are you talking about? And then, as I'm sort of half listening, half trying to do some research online, I see the meeting Trump had in the Oval Office with all the heads of the oil companies. And now people are talking to me. They're like, well, you had the thing here, but you be interested, might you? I'm like, no, not interested whatsoever.
Gene, let me know if they need any plumbers, Gene.
I actually
Yeah, they want to pick Gene.
I actually did make a plug for you. I said I've got a friend of mine who is high level. I said, he's the guy. He's in Alaska. I said, but I know he'd be willing to turn around. So anybody who knows anything, let me know.
I'm open to all conversations. All offers will be considered at this point in my life.
So this is a guy you can embed in the company. He'll spy on everything for you.
Oh, I could find stuff out. So you'll get a kick out of this, Gene. I used to just for fun, because I started to, as a plumber, it's fun, test the waters, right? I started to realize the power of presenting an emergency as a tradesman. And it was like almost a joke between some of my fellow plumbers and I, because we started to pay attention to what buildings we thought were shady. And I learned that you can just show up to a building, dressed accordingly. I'm a plumber. But we have an emergency in a building across the street. There's a problem with the water mains. We're isolating sections of the main, and I need to get to your water main to find out if you're going to be negatively impacted by the emergency that we're in the middle of doing. So I need to get down, and just like forcing your way in through expedience by proper wording. And I learned that I could get into the basement of almost any I put it this way, any building I ever tried it in, it worked. I need to get to your water main right now. I need access. And people, they will give an initial amount of resistance, but it can be talked right through, and I could gain access to places with great ease.
Yeah. I used to so, me fortunately being a smoker, being a smoker opens a lot of doors.
Mm-hmm.
Hang out there for a few minutes. Oh, I forgot my badge. The other one that my family still laughs at me about. So I had at one point in my career, again, I was a subcontractor, and I had a business entity that was set up. So I have like all logoed gear for my energy company, hard hats and shit like that. and I still have and I carry them in the car
Yep.
with reflective vests.
Yep.
And Matt's like, what do you need this for? I said, because if the shit ever hits the fan and there are roadblocks or
Yep.
there are emergencies, we're all going to put on our fucking hard hats and our reflective vests, and I will talk us through checkpoints.
Yep. Totally understood, Gene. I have I would say a wardrobe of a variety of utility gear. Oh, yeah, plus all the different companies that I've worked for up on the slope. I mean, I hold on to stuff.
And
for digital defense, I had to break into banks, usually just by the computer, but sometimes I had to do a physical sneak too.
We had the property that I'm at here. We have a whole bunch of really nice, landscaping. So, nice big old honking rocks and stuff properly placed in the garden so that it looks cool. But we didn't have those rocks on the property, and we didn't want to pay for rocks. But there was a spot here in Alaska where there was some road work going on, construction crews and equipment and stuff. So I grabbed my roommate. It was, it's her house and her property. And we went for a drive, and we pulled up to this site, and she's like, you're going to steal these rocks? And I was like, well, we're acquiring resources. Yes. She goes, well, this is right on the side of the road. Everyone's going to see what we're doing. And I said, hold on a second. And I grabbed my box from the back and gave her a hard hat and a safety vest. And I grabbed some stuff. And then I, opened up the back of the van. We started loading up rocks and just in due form to have fun. I just started pointing at her and making it look like I was yelling. And I said, now everybody's just going to drive by, think that I'm an a-hole and you're working hard. And I said, we got this covered. I said, no one's going to bother us. There's gonna be like, look at that idiot making that girl throw the rocks in the van.
Yeah, so I always had again all my time in the Middle East. I've got a wide variety of the what they call the smegas and the kafaya, and I've got the Palestinian one. And before everything really heated up over there, Nat used to wear it all the time. She just liked it and thought it was stylish. And I was like, well, be careful because she's got a lot of Russian Jewish friends and things. So I had to tell her about it. And that was before all this. But, since all this stuff started and protests and road, again, people blocking roads and she goes to New York City for stuff, I always have her carry it with her. And I'm like, you find yourself in a crowd of, others wearing it, throw it on and keep moving. So you don't get bothered.
Urban camouflage. I saw a video one time. I was dying laughing. It was a dude. It was I think it was called urban camouflage, the video. But he basically made a ghillie suit, but it was like garbage bags and garbage and stuff. So when he squatted down, he just looked like a pile of garbage. It was hilarious, and I was like, that's super effective. It was, the guy straight up looked like a pile of trash.
When I worked in Times Square, there were DHS agents like that.
Oh, that's funny. I was dying laughing when I went to Washington D.C. To go to the skiffs, and I met up with John Warner, and we were walking around the city. I thought it was funny because we have a homeless issue here in Anchorage, but the little tent camps that get set up are, usually just laden with trash and refuse and needles and junk and crackhead stuff, right? But in DC there were tents all over the place, but it was clean, it just looked like legitimate camping going on. And I thought it was so weird, and I pointed it out to John, and he laughed at me, and he was like, he goes, they're not homeless. He goes, those are some feds or someone watching someone. He goes, they just post up and pretend they're homeless people.
Yeah, and it's good. We're laughing about it here in our own personal applications of it, but there really are nefarious, from, again, people posing as utility workers that show up to do home invasions to, we had in the, again, along the southern border, we had drug cartels and human smugglers who would essentially dress their vehicles, put logos on their vehicles and all that of the major oil companies, and be smuggling, and that wasn't, and their trailer wasn't full of, product or tools or utilities. It was full of oil, crack or whatever they were smuggling across, or people. And, but they generally never got a second look because it just fits in with the environment.
There was
my coffee is done and I have to get in the shower.
Oh, you got it, Par.
for
Thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope you strike it rich. But I was just saying, so back on Long Island, there was a company called Lilco, the Long Island Lighting Company, and they were a privately owned company back then, and they had massive, massive fleets and lay down yards all over the place. And they had the vehicles that their workers used, but at each of the yards, they had a small fleet of their vehicles that were like in the back corner of the property that you never really saw move. And I know that they were there for the use of non-Lilco personnel. Full complement of tools, uniforms, everything. And, whether you were, FBI, Nassau County Police, whoever, there was just a requisition form to check it out for the day, basically. And these guys could then move around the community and look like utility workers. So lots of times it was, a big joke in the greater Long Island area that you could, drive past a group of Lilco guys that weren't doing anything. It was like a joke, like, oh, these lazy fucking Lilco guys. And it was like, do you realize how many times it's probably not Lilco guys? Like, they're not doing trade work because they're not fucking tradesmen. They're standing around for a completely different reason. And then I imagine that, the cable company probably offers a fleet of vehicles. The telephone company probably offers a fleet of vehicles. So that way, if they want to do a full court press on a property, they got a telephone truck down on one side of the block. They got a Lilco truck at the other end of the block. They send the cable guy over to knock on the door, and be like, oh, we're having a problem with the cable vision in the neighborhood. We need to check your cable box. Does that mean does they have a warrant when they do that? Or is that another method that's just less beknownst to folks?
I'd imagine they're supposed to.
I mean, if you ask for permission to enter a house under false pretenses, do you need a warrant? If you can get someone to let you in, I bet you there's a really fine line there that actually totally tolerates it.
Yeah, maybe, if you don't leave anything behind,
right,
then that's probably permissible.
Right? If I came to your house and I was in a cable guy uniform, what if I don't even say that I'm with the cable company and I just let you presume it?
Right.
Right? And I just simply say, hey, I'm checking cable boxes in the neighborhood. I'm thinking there's a problem. You mind if I just take 5 minutes? I just want to make sure your cable box is working correctly. And then you say, okay, and you let me in your living room.
Yeah.
Something tells me that happens more than people know.
Quite possibly.
Tricks of the trade.
Well, it's funny because I think about it in the context of when I had the FBI visit here, and I was already sitting outside, and it was a nice day, and this and that. And I think to myself, I'm like, I wonder if I were inside, would I have invited them in?
That's a good question.
I don't know if I wouldn't have. I think I might have, been like, oh yeah, come on in, sit down on the couch, and
I used to do that with the Jehovah's Witnesses back in the day when I was a kid. I felt I was doing community service by occupying their time. They would knock on the door. I'd let them in. I would turn on Saturday morning cartoons, grab a TV tray, start eating a whole bunch of cereal as they would sit on the couch and talk to me about Jesus Christ saving my life. And I would just, They'd hand me papers. I would take the papers, put them next to my bowl of cereal, and I would let them sit there and talk and talk and talk until finally they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go now." I was like, "All right, have a good day." I just figured I was saving somebody else. I'll keep them busy.
Did they ever give you any insights you hadn't considered before?
Something, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Gene. Some of the stuff that I read in their literature was stuff that I couldn't really argue with. There was a large time of my life where I would say I straight up felt obliged that if somebody handed me something to read, I read it. Because I almost felt like, this is, Mother Nature put this person on my path for a reason. Pretty much there was a time period where whatever book I was handed, I read it. Whatever brochure I was handed, I read it. I wouldn't necessarily become a proponent of what I read, but I would digest it, consider it, usually pull out a couple of things that I was like, all right, I can incorporate this, or, that seems like garbage. But I have always felt that no matter who crosses my path, there's something to learn from them, either something that I should do, something I shouldn't do, just pay attention. Everybody's experiences matter, and I think there's something that can be learned from everybody. I mean, I've certainly met a lot of people that taught me, don't ever be like that guy.
The most important.
But still a great lesson.
Bosses you ever had taught you how not to be a boss.
Absolutely. Correct. Yep. And my absolute most favorite thing in the world is when someone teaches me something I didn't know. That is that's gold to me. I mean, I've been slinging tools long enough that I consider myself an expert at what I do. I find the tasks typically boring at this point because they're so easy. But when somebody can come along and be like, "Hey, have you ever done it this way?" And I'm like, "Fuck no, that's going to shave 7 minutes off a 15-minute task." That's huge in my book. I spent a lot of time doing service calls by myself, so it's, I would always say I'm a competitive worker, but for the most part, I was competing against the clock. When you're doing for-profit work, every minute counts. I was self-employed for a while too, so I respected that, there's efficiency to motion. If I could completely rebuild a toilet tank, separate the tank from the bowl, replace the fill valve, the flush valve, the supply line, everything. If I could do it in 17 minutes, I wanted to figure out a way to do it in 15. Once I get to the 15-minute mark, I want to figure out how to do it in 14. If there's a new tool that takes less turns, every motion to me was considered and counted. So if somebody could teach me a more efficient method, I'm all for it. This is like when I go to certain companies and you have to learn their computer system and how they function. It drives me bonkers sometimes when they show you a process where it's like 137 clicks later on the screen, the simplest task is accomplished. And you're like, motherfuckers, you can't tell me you can't streamline this process. I got to click this to click that to get here to get to that. You guys are out of your fucking minds. What's wrong with you people? There's got to be a better way. I'm not against computers at all, but some people, it's their fucking process is so fucking retarded. You've got to be shitting me. I should not have to click this much fucking shit. That drives me bonkers. It's just too many steps.
Yeah, my pet peeve, much more simplistic, but my top example of it is trying to navigate the bus terminal in New York City. And I've actually stopped and asked people that work. I'm like, has anyone that works here ever tried to follow the signs? Have you ever acted like You don't know where you're going, and then try to follow the signs to get there, because you will find these signs do not lead you to where you think where they say they do.
That's funny. Good point.
But I think that's what happens in the computer space too, right? You have a developer, who understands perhaps the process, the end goal, but doesn't understand the efficiencies that need to be built in.
Yep.
So they go through the process as they need to code it without considering the people who are, the customer who is going to use it, and the
Right.
knowledge base from which they are starting, I guess.
Yep. And if there's the way I look at it with things like that, if there's no manual on how to do it, that means no one's considered it ever. And then what I find in those circumstances is that everyone's doing it differently. They're getting the job done, but by clicking, 137 things. One person's doing it in 160 clicks. Another one's doing it in 100 clicks. Nobody's clicking the same stuff. And it's like, you try to ask any one person to teach you a process, and then, you go to somebody else because the first person's not available. And you're like, hey, I got familiarized with this process the other day. Can you give me a little help? And then they're showing you something completely different. And you're just like, what is wrong with all of you? Like, can nobody sit down and streamline this into a process that can be taught to a new person? Because you get new people. It happens.
Yeah, well, I experienced that being becoming an expat and having to go through Shell system. And at one point, I looked at this woman. I said, I understand I am the first person who has ever been an expat in this company. And she looked at me. She's like, no, we do this all the time. Really? Really? You do it all? Then why are all these, then why does nobody seem to know what the next step is? Or why does it seem nobody can get it right the first time?
You and your damn efficiency, Gene. You have an East Coast attitude. You might be problematic for companies.
Well, it is. That Boston attitude does not make me popular sometimes. Though the Dutch did appreciate my directness, as they themselves are. I remember my neighbor when I met her. She, we chatted outside in the garden for a little bit, and she said, well, we should have tea sometime. I said, yes, that's absolutely, would love to, whenever you're free. Yes, we will make an appointment and set an agenda and da da. I was like, all right, that seems a little formal for tea, but let's do whatever you do.
I have found when it comes to job sites, the people that are competent, efficient workers love the way I function. The people that are inefficient and incompetent will come up with every excuse in the book to call me a piece of shit or blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, all right, like, sorry, I'm good at what I do, and what I do is a threat to your sucking. See, now it looks like you're talking, Gene, but I can't hear you. Are you talking?
No, I was muted.
Oh, no worries. 10-4.
I have an airplane going overhead.
Oh, nice. I just switched back to the phone, so it seems to be a little bit weird when regarding who's talking and when.
Yeah, I've noticed I have to with the spaces I have to plant myself somewhere in between things because there's like a fine line somewhere on my property between Wi-Fi and the phone signal. Then things start getting screwy, and I either can't hear or I can't speak. I don't know. It doesn't switch over nicely.
Yeah, the only issue I seem to notice with this app is that if I'm on the phone side doing it for a while, it eventually just like seizes up, like the buttons stop working. I stop hearing stuff. So, and then it sometimes looks like the mic is open, apparently when it's not. So I sit there thinking someone's talking and trying to be open to it and just thinking that I'm the only one not hearing it. But apparently there's just dead air.
Have you seen do you have an interest in even that new UAP GERB study of the legacy program that was published with Jesse Michaels?
I am completely not interested in that aspect of the disclosure circus. I see those two as one of the cliques, one of the I guess you call it like part of the podcast circuit that seems to be in some sort of collaboration. I don't know if you've seen, but recently, UAP GERB was hosting a space with somebody that goes by the name Kermdog ENT, and what the heck was the other guy's name? I can't remember now. But the three of them were hosting a space, at which point they started firing shots across my bow as if I was a con job and was never in the submarine service, and I'm making it up. I'm a liar, and therefore, because the dude that I can't remember his name was claiming to be in the submarine service. I've no idea. I'm just going off of his word. He said he was in the subs, and that because of that, he could tell that I wasn't in subs. And I went, well, that's interesting. Let me just go pull out my documentation and make a presentation on how fucking retarded these guys are to make such a weak accusation with zero research and understanding. So from my perspective, Gene, I've proven they're very weak researchers. I certainly was in the submarine service. I certainly proved them wrong. And I certainly didn't get an apology. So to me, it seems, once again, par for the course, that there are operatives moving around in factions in the disclosure community to either A, ignore my information, or B, make very lame efforts to attempt to throw me under the bus. And what happens when these factions attempt to engage that activity? They realize that they were not given enough information by whoever handed them my folder, and they wound up firing blanks at me when they thought they were firing live rounds, and I return fire and win every time, which is why the activity of ignoring me seems to be the better option for them typically.
Very interesting. So back in, must have been July or August, I was connected with Jesse, and we exchanged a few messages. We had probably an hour-long phone conversation, going through all my father-in-law's stuff and the research I had at that point. He's like, well, keep me, and he's like, I'd love to, do a sit-down with you, keep me updated. He goes, just keep sending me links and things on, what you're publishing. I was like, yeah, fine, no problem. Then GERB reached out, and same thing. We had close to an hour-long conversation. I sent him a few links over the course of a month or two, and then started circling back saying, hey, any questions? Do you want to have another conversation? And then, after that, it then was just ghosted. No responses, no, and again, I was like, well, that's kind of strange. It sort of got and it speaks to what you talk about a lot, I think. They collect the intel and then just disappear.
Exactly. That's what's going on. They're they're info gathering for factions that we're yet to fully understand who they operate for. Excuse me. I also had a weird engagement with Jesse Michaels. So he recently had Jason Giorgiani on, and in the middle of a conversation that had like fucking nothing to do with me, all of a sudden Jesse took it upon himself to shoehorn me into the conversation and then tell his audience that he, you know, tried to get me on, but then I got odd and squirrely and like as if I ghosted him. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. I forget exactly how he said it, but I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, that's hilarious. Because what really happened was, and I did make a video and put this out, you know, because again, these guys make the mistake of fucking around. So when it came to my engagement with Jesse Michaels, he reached out to me short notice. And, you know, because I'm in Alaska and how these things work out, I always tell folks, like, I will figure out the flights, all of that stuff. It's fucking chaos trying to get me from Alaska and, you know, flights and layovers and all of that stuff. I'm like, I'll handle it. I'll let you know what's going on. And long story short notice and the way that, you know, things are, I just told him, like, dude, this is going to be like, you know, rather expensive for you to do this. Okay, like, I understand you asked, but I'm just letting you know this is what's going to cost. So more or less, we bagged off because it was too expensive, right? And I get that. Like, you know, I'm nobody special. People don't want to invest a lot in moving me around. I get that. So it didn't happen because he couldn't afford to get me from Alaska to his studio, right? That's just life. It happens. And then at another time, he reached out. He wanted to have me on, again, like relatively short notice. And I said to him, I got a lot of stuff scheduled. I said, let me see if I can squeeze this in and I'll get back to you. I looked at my schedule and I was like, you know what? I'm not comfortable trying to squeeze this in. So I just let him know, sorry, that won't work. That's how shit went down. And I thought it was wild that he went on air and claimed that I was odd and squirrely by not being on his show. And I was like, Jesus Christ, motherfucker. Like, sorry, I can't jump through flaming hoops for you for free. You know, it's not like people pay me to do these engagements. It's time out of my life, you know? And again, because I already am predisposed to believe that they are fucking around and, you know, part of the disinfo problem, I'm not looking to volunteer my time to be fucked with, you know? So if things aren't on my terms and convenient, like, I'm already taking a big risk by going into their firing line.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that it kind of reminds me of my experience with George Knapp, where I was trying to, you know, have a private conversation. He invited me on coast to coast on what would have been like 1:30 a.m. my time. And I was like, I'm not that interested in any of this to wake up and be ready to talk at 1:30 a.m. about it. But, you know, again, I'm actually just more interested, you know, if we can schedule a 30-minute conversation, I'm more interested in that than the, you know, coast to coast interview. And never heard back again.
The other one that I find really funny is I lost count now how many times people have reached out to me saying they want me on, they want me on, they want me on. We have all kinds of email conversations back and forth, and then it reduces down to they go, okay, so you have Signal, right? Let's get together on Signal and we'll move forwards with this. And then I respond, I don't use Signal. And then I get ghosted. I never hear anything back. And then I try and contact, like, hey, what's going on? You know, we can do a Zoom chat. You know, there's other ways to engage. Where are you? And I don't hear back. So something tells me that people are trying to gain access to something through Signal, because the split second I say I don't use Signal, they're fucking gone.
Do you just not trust Signal, or you just don't feel the need to have yet another platform to manage?
I don't trust everyone for what Signal could potentially be a problem. It sounds like Signal affords nefarious people something of value to them that's unbeknownst to me. But by playing that game and seeing how it pans out, only reinforces my prejudices against the app.
Interesting. I never considered it that way.
There was a letter that I put out publicly that was between John Estridge and someone who I'm trying to think of his. I think he said he was Sean Weaver, but it appears that it was probably Jake Barber. And in that text exchange, there were statements about the problems with the Signal app, that people can like somehow gain access to certain parts of your phone and scrape shit or something like that. So again, it just adds to, nobody's reading the fine print on these apps except the people that are using them inappropriately. Yeah, for me, I'm just super partial to Zoom calls. As you know, we've had them. It's super convenient. You can see the person. To me, I'm sure, as you know, as an Intel person, there's a lot that could be gained in a conversation just by being able to see the person. And it helps to communicate. I mean, if you're trying to communicate, the people's mannerisms and what you can take in visually simply just helps to move the conversation along. Similarly to if you don't have video and you're just speaking by audio, there's things that are lost in translation. Worse is texting back and forth, right? If you're not even talking, the amount of stuff that can be lost in translation through texting, like everybody knows that. So to me, it's like, why are we going to bother being, lost in translation when we can choose to do it in the way that causes the least amount of translation being lost?
Yeah, I always, so Nat's again, she's bilingual, but English is certainly her second language. And even then, when she texts, sometimes she uses phrases. It's one of the funnier ones. She's like, "Oh, I hooked up with this guy." And I was like,
and then she ends the text and then sends another one 5 minutes later.
Yeah, it was something, and it was the way, again, the positioning of hooked up, that I said, I go, this reads like you just had sex with this guy.
That's funny. She probably thinks it's hilarious.
Oh yeah. She was before we were leaving Latvia. So we were in we had an apartment in those quintessential Soviet style block apartments. We were up on the third floor, and she was giving away a bunch of stuff, that she wasn't going to bring, and doing it through Facebook. And she sent me a thing about, somebody's coming over for whatever it was. So, okay, where is it? Well, it's downstairs in the cabinet. And I'm like, what cabinet? And she's like, just open the cabinet and it's downstairs. And I'm like, the fuck. And finally I called her. I'm like, downstairs where? Like on the ground level is there? And she meant the bottom shelf of a cabinet, but calls it, she still to this day calls it downstairs in the cabinet. And I'm like, okay, so.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I would have been screwed on that too. I used to like all the Italian customers, the old Italian customers back in New York, and I would be coming up from the basement, finishing the job, and they would always remind me to close the light. Close the light. Please close the light. Okay, I'll close your light for you.
Not an easy language.
how's your Latvian?
So I'm conversational to a degree in Lithuanian, and there are many words that share the prefix, and so the suffixes, the endings of them are different in Latvian. So I can generally understand the context and where people are going. Just from that, but otherwise, yeah, I wouldn't say I speak it in any sense.
Are you at all familiar with the Spanish language and how things are male and female? And then my curiosity is Lithuanian like that, where you can tell male and female through the word conjugations?
Yeah, so Lithuanian was actually quite a fascinating language because there were words that I would recognize, a little bit of French, the traditional Romance languages, let's say, and the words would be similar. So, but the language has fundamentally remained unchanged since like the 11th century. And the masculine of things, so when you see a surname, the surnames end in as, and then when somebody is married, they take the husband's surname, and it, instead of ending in as, it ends in iene, which is Ienen, and then a unmarried daughter would have ite, yte, at the end of the surname. So you could sort of recognize the familial structure in that way. But the other thing they did was take modern words and add "ath" to the end of it as well. So you went to the doctoress, you used a computerist. A guy was saying to me, "Oh, this person that makes the flowers. I don't know what the word is in English. What is it in Lithuanian? Floristas, like florist." So we would, so if you were ever stuck for a word, I'm like, hand me the screwdriver. You just throw it on and
That's funny. The screwdriver is, yeah.
the screwdriver. One of the other funny ones was in a conversation, they kept using the word prophylacticus, but it was a technical conversation. And I was like, so what exactly is prophylacticus? And they were like, oh, it's some sort of safety control, valve or something like that. I was like, because prophylactic in English. So
It protects, Gene. I mean, it's in the ballpark. The
Yeah,
ballpark.
well, that's what I'm saying. There would be things like that, and then fun with names. So I was Genus, and then we'd have Jack, who was Jackass. We would,
Of course.
you know,
It sounds royal to me if I was Ericus.
Ericus, yeah. Yeah, unless the name had a true either, usually like Russian origin. So Eugene in Russian is Evgeny, Evgeny as a man. So that would get, I would get called by that a lot.
Well, I'm sure at least that would, I mean, from Boston, there's a lot of guineas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that one would function. Hey, come here, Guinea. It's probably not the first time you've been called that, Gene.
Not in the slightest. I think I don't know if it was on this space, somebody was saying, oh yeah, what was the derogatory word for an Italian? And I think we came out with 50 of them.
Yeah, I think I only know the two. And you put them together, and that's a third. So yeah, for us in New York, it was guineas, it was wops, and when you were really mad, you called them a guinea wop.
Oh, so you never got into Dago?
Oh, I forgot about that one.
We had Dago, Tony.
You Dago,
right?
Yeah. Everybody's a Tony or a Vinny. And I learned from I worked with this one dude. It was so funny. He had like 10 million friends that were some variant of rock. Big Rock, Little Rock, Chub Rock, Old Rock, Young Rock, Rocco, Rocky. Like, yeah, there's so many rocks.
Well, Nat and I do that now with the Russian names because we have Sasha. So we have Sasha Riga, Sasha Boston, Sasha the conductor, Sasha. Everyone has a qualifier.
You know why? This is more of a visual joke, but you'll get it either way. Do you know why so many Italians in the U.S. are named Tony?
To New York.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, they had this sign, going to New York. Tony.
To New York.
Yeah, hey, Tony, come here. I got a job for you.
We had a discussion somewhere else about that when Italians were black, that there was a period up through the early 20th century that if you came from below, and that's why like Northern Italians view Southern Italians with disdain, because if you were below a certain parallel that was actually some official thing, then you were black. And then there was many Italians who came over at the end of the Civil War to work plantations, and then they moved and they married into black communities of former slaves and all of that. And there was it was a large part of history. And then I sit now and I'm like, well, can I, does it still count? I can check some boxes.
There you go. And I thought you were going to say, and then there were Sicilians.
Right. They're the ones the Southern Italians still call black.
It's one of the things that I remember from New York was how it was very segregated by communities on Long Island and ethnicities and things, and throwing these terms around wasn't necessarily pejorative in the slightest. Everybody just took their lumps and just moved on, Portuguese, we had a Portuguese community, and people would just be like, hey, what's up, pork chop? Like, that was the term, for a Portuguesa, was pork, hey, he's a fucking pork chop, but nobody had a problem with it. Like, everybody took their lumps for what they were, and you just moved on. It's like, that's life.
Yeah, a buddy of mine that I first met in the military, and he's, family now. He's my daughter's godfather and everything, but he's Portuguese. And and even on the radio, when I would call out for him, I would use Delta Papa for dumb Portuguese, and he would reply back with IROC. Remember the car? And the joke used to be IROC stood for Italian Retard Out Cruising.
Yep. Totally. Yep. I remember that one. That's a good one. I haven't heard that in a long time. Absolutely. You just made me think of another pejorative term for Italians, Gene. Have you ever heard the term gindaloon? That was a big one.
No.
Yeah, that was huge by us. I remember back in the day when they would wear those, what were the pants? The workout pants, skids, I think.
Oh God, yeah.
With the tank top and the gold chain, and that's what we would say. Oh, he's a fucking gindaloon. Usually it meant like a muscle building Italian.
Yeah, so then we'd call them Guidos.
Okay. Yeah.
And there's actually a guy here, comedian, hilarious. You should look him up. He's called the Boston Guido.
Okay.
And he does all sorts of skit comedy. So he's got like how the Guido stole Christmas, and
that's great.
All these themes. And he's a big muscular guy, super nice guy. He's become a good friend. But yeah, he still uses that.
Yeah. I think Guido was a very common one, but I think Gindaloon would be more for like a muscle bound Italian dude. Like, hey. It makes me think, I don't know who the comedian was back in the day, but he talked about what do these guys do when they work out and they get so big, and then all of a sudden they get to a point where they're like, hey, I can't even wipe my own ass now, because their arms are sticking out so far. Good morning, Mr. Daz. I hope you slept well last night. What are some common UK terms to make fun of Italians? What do we got over there? Because I know you're such a person to slander people all the time. You must have a Rolodex of terms at the ready.
No, I don't think I do. You've got me stumped. I'm trying to think. What do you...
I knew you wouldn't, technically. I knew you wouldn't.
You know me, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. Like, I try not to have these things.
You're like, I don't have bad names for anybody. I just say, good morning, brother.
Good morning,
Daz, you'll appreciate when I was with one in Shell, and we had they had a diversity, workshops, lunch and learn, and all that. So one day it was on LBGT, in the workplace, and wonderful speakers. Again, talking about the need for equality in the sense of having a partner that they've been with for so many years, and the mother gets sick and he doesn't have the capacity, he doesn't have the ability to take time off in the same way as other employees, and beautiful. But one of the things they did was actually pass around it might have been 30 pages of derogatory terms, and they said, now study the terms, review the all of these terms, and then we're going to come around table to table, and we want to know if you're familiar with any of the terms. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, so okay, on the one hand, yes, many of these, but now you've just handed people a whole library of ways to slander other people if they are of that ilk. I said, I think that's kind of counterproductive to the cause in a way.
Would they have taken it as beneficial and adding to the activity if you started adding more things to the list that weren't present, or would that have been frowned upon?
So I'd imagine it would be frowned upon, and as I said earlier, I was 20 plus years younger and from Boston, and so I had my way about me, let's say, and I'm at my table of 10, and my boss was sitting there, who had spent 34 years in Shell in human resources. And after 9/11, because he was a reserve deputy in the county, they put him in charge of security, for which he had no qualifications for whatsoever. So as they start going table to table, they're, picking somebody to speak or looking for volunteers. And he looks at me and he's like, you don't say a word. Because he feared what might come out of my mouth, and probably he was thinking along that lines, like, oh, I've got a whole other wrath of them, let me fire them off. But when they came to the table, I did the one thing that I figured would guarantee they hand me the microphone. As the youngest white male at the table, I just put my head down and acted like I didn't want to speak. When they handed me the microphone, I stood up like fucking they just announced Frank Sinatra, right? I took that thing like I was going to break into song. And, I started telling about my own stories from the military, and he was red as soon as it happened. And I just started telling my own stories about, a good friend of mine from the military, and she came out to me while we were serving, and at that time it was still illegal. And, just talked about her kind of, becoming part of the family, and my kids were small, and, so it was just all positive and uplifting and all the rest. But you could just see the terror in his face, waiting for me to say something that would turn the tide in it.
That's great. It reminds me of when I was at the South Pole during the winter season. On Saturdays, the surgeon, the head of the clinic, who was former CIA Mac VSOG from Laos, Cambodia, and was also the the head medical technician for the Glomar Explorer. He had a rich history with the agencies and was our guy for South Pole. But on Saturdays, he would give like a safety meeting from the perspective of the medical department, and it was all hands meeting. And the HR girl, who we spoke very often because she had criticisms of how I lived my life. And on this particular day, Doc was giving a presentation on hypothermia, noticing the signs, mitigating the problem. And he got to the part of the conversation, where, if things get so bad, Gene, I mean, the greatest method to transfer body heat is to, strip down naked and get skin to skin. And as soon as he started going in that direction, the HR girl, she just like laser focus was staring at me with this look of, Eric, you better shut the don't you dare. And I just saw her glaring at me, and I was dying laughing, looking back at her like, what? What could I possibly deserve this stare for? I don't know why you would think I would have something to say right now. But I kept my mouth shut. But then in due form, I don't like to force people to do their job against me publicly. But privately, when I would see her in the hallways, she'd be walking down the hall, and I'll use a fake name for this one, but I would be like, hey, Jane, how's it going? And she would, give me a little attitude, like, hi, Eric, and I'm like, well, Jane, you sound angry. Are you you seem a little bit hypothermic. I'd start unbuttoning my shirt. I'm like, come here. You're showing all of the signs of hypothermia, and I want to save your life right now. And she'd be like, I knew this was going to be a problem. Soon as I knew this was going to be a problem. It's like, now you sound really hypothermic, and she'd be scuttling down the hall. Like, get back here. I'm going to save your life.
Oh God! But Daz, I just got to say, I love listening on a lot of your spaces, and just echo the comments many make about your efforts to, not only create safe spaces, but really bring everybody together.
I like that about Daz too.
Thank you.
I actually woke up to surprising stuff this morning, Daz. I was in other spaces earlier, and people were talking about an enraged Daz from yesterday. And I was like, this can't be the Daz that I know. They have to be talking about a different Daz. Did you get enraged yesterday, Daz?
See, I guess your yesterday is my morning, right? If it was my morning, and it was probably maybe there yesterday night. Yeah. I did go into a space to make a point like that. I'm not going to tolerate the false narratives and the toxic behavior and energy that's being thrown my way, and making a point knowing that the same person was in the space and a number of their friends. And I'm like, I'm new here. I'm not trying to be a Gabe and like trying to take over UFO X. I'm just hosting and being as kind and respectful to people as I can. So the fact that you guys are enabling this character is bizarre to me, and you may tolerate this shitty behavior, but I won't. So take this as a warning.
Good on you, Daz. I'm happy to hear it. I can imagine that you are probably very respectful and pointed, and just the inability for them to walk all over you got them to cast aspersions, as I heard. And that's what I kind of figured probably went on, was just you standing up for yourself respectfully, and then other people just calling you names for doing it. I get that all the time. You see what's going on in these circles. I'm a relatively nice guy, but if people are gonna take shots at me, I fire back. It's all good. They can call me all the names in the world for defending myself. I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were calling me names for doing it. I think it was more a situation where people don't know what to do or how to handle this person. And I'm calling it out because I'm a very astute, sensitive. And it's one of those ones where you step into a community and you see the problem and everyone's aware of the problem, but no one's really talking about it. But then they'll be like, oh, this community's so toxic. And I'm like, okay, no, this person is toxic. Why are you putting it over the entire community? Why don't you actually deal with the person, not enable the person, and then have a bit more of a harmonious? It just doesn't make sense, Eric, and I think people are just a bit, they don't know what to do. They're scared that this person's going to turn on them, or he's like a dog with a bone. Like, he just keeps going on and on and on and keeps
Oh,
changing the goalposts, right?
you're reading my mind, Daz. This has been one of the issues that I observed immediately entering the community, and I got a lot of flack from folks because I was challenging people to do what I certainly thought was the right thing. But yeah, everybody, gave me shit for it, and I think you're just getting similar shit for engaging in similar activity by trying to no longer enable these folks and just move past them is all that's really required to clean up the conversation.
It's a tough one because I get that it's complicated, and a lot of them have been together for like 4 years, Eric. So, they're friends. But at the same time, if your same friend is disrespecting you in public for no reason, maybe just because they're drunk or maybe just because they've had a bad day, then is that really someone that you want to continue to keep as a friend? And if all of you allow this person to keep doing it, yeah, that's why we're in a bit of a mess. Like, I'm just identifying the
Yeah,
culprits.
and being
And
friends with someone isn't a free pass to be shitty to other people, you know?
I I was gonna say I recognize this behavior as well from my entrance into the community. I think it's really easy for newcomers to just kind of sit back and watch and see the way people move, and exactly what Daz said. You know, especially with it being a new year and the things that have been happening all of last year and this year, like we come on here to talk about stuff that really matters. Anybody who's lashing out at somebody else on mic, I think you should question their motives as to why they're here. A lot of us are here, to tell our stories and to help educate, uplift, and inspire, build awareness. The last thing that we're doing is, getting on here just to clout chase, or it's not about the numbers. It's not about, social climbing, not at all. I built my account up in 6 months to 2,000 followers. I was brand freaking new. And I had to tank it. Like, that's what happens when you get on this app and you don't have somebody that can, kind of tell you a little bit about things. I had to completely figure it all out. But I can't even explain how grateful I was once I got my new account, the new algorithm and everything. It was great. So, yeah, I think that it's okay for us to point out bad behavior when we see it. We're all adults here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Eric.
You got it, Sarah. Thank you so much. Daz, you got your hand up. Go for it.
yeah, no, I think she makes a good point. Thanks for bringing it up. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I try to hold the spaces that I do, because I'm very aware that those people that have been here for a while and they're already established in their friend groups, in their cliques or whatever, maybe 5 or 10% give a damn about the new people that are coming into spaces. And there's always new people coming into spaces. And I'm a part of many different communities, but I'm spending more of my time in the UFO community just as an experiencer. It just feels more right. Like, I've kind of identified the communities that are just a waste of time, and like, my time is precious. And even though you see me on spaces, I really enjoy the UFO community so much more. I wish that people would have kind of given me certain pointers, but they just don't. It's social media. people are really selfish. So many people have agendas and goals, or they're using it for their business. No one has the time to pull really anyone aside to let them know. I feel like in the UFO community, though, I'm lucky that I found people like Strader, people like Buddy, even Eric. Like I come to Eric's space because I'm like, he's just such a wise soul. Like, so if I feel, I've done this before with Eric. I'm like, Eric, I've got this problem, and I know I can come into his space and shoot the shit with him, and then he gives me his guidance. But people have to be, as newcomers, people have to be prepared to ask for that help. And you saw the situation that I was in earlier, Sarah. Someone who hasn't even been here a year is already hosting. I was trying to process something. What did the person do? Mute me and just shut down the space. Not even, okay, Darren, thank you. Or I was trying to have a conversation with Duma. Just mute me, shut down the space. And it's just like, there's no judgment, but maybe the conversation got a bit too much and maybe they were tired and da da da. But for me, if you're holding space for other people, that was just too much of an abrupt ending when the conversation was really like trying to get somewhere. And I just see these things happen all the time. And then that kind of distorted energy spills over into another space or into another person. It's a minefield that we're dealing with on here.
I've used the term minefield often. I think of it like a barbed wire minefield installed in quicksand.
Barbed wire minefield installed in quicksand. Oh my god, that's what the visual of that. Yeah, it's like that, isn't it, Eric? And that's what I love about you and your spaces. You're just so no nonsense. You're doing your thing. You're consistent. Like if we need to get a bit of Eric's energy, we have to come and find him in his spaces. I observe you when you go into other people's spaces. Depending on how comfortable or how well I guess you know them, you kind of chop it up a bit, but you have to really come into Eric's space to understand and get to know him. And I think every host's space is like that. Every space really has the energy of the host. Would you not agree, Eric?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you want to get the true aspect of someone, it's like going to their living room, right? Like each space is going to somebody's home. And, I can only show so much of myself somewhere else. For the most part, not because I'm looking to hide anything. I've just learned that most places, people either A, can't handle who I am in one breath, but then in another, it's almost a complete lack of an appreciation. So I
think it's both, isn't it? I
think
they can't handle it, and it's also a lack of appreciation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And then I think also too that there's certainly folks that are, by whatever definition you want to call them, haters or people that are just trying to slow my roll. So in my brain, I could easily just put them in the category of being enemies to my efforts. And I find that those people are the ones that will hide the fact of the matter that they're enemies to my efforts and will just be more attempting to present in a way that devalues me through them simply trying to act like they have a lack of appreciation for what I'm doing, where it's them hiding their efforts to slow my roll by trying to point out, things about me they don't like, attacking the messenger, so to say. Oh, Hecker's mean. Hecker yelled at me in a space one time, and he was being so not nice to me. When in reality, I mean, I'm relatively giving people a pass. Like if I was actually trying to be mean to people, that's a whole other side of me. Like I'm very good at being aggressive. So it's like, I think it's funny when people are calling me aggressive, and it's like, was it like Davy Jones where he's like, I have not yet begun to fight or something like that. It's like, oh, you think that's aggressive? Like I wasn't even trying to be aggressive. Like if you thought that was aggressive, oh, you couldn't handle me being aggressive. That makes me laugh.
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Daz, nice to see you. What's up, Sarah? What's up, Gene?
Morning,
How's
Kyle.
it going, folks in the panel? Yeah, to add on to this conversation, what Eric was just saying, right? The peacocking that goes term for it could be like virtue signaling, right? Like they want to act like they're your bestie, right? Your best friend or whatever, but they're really just there to kind of gain intel for whoever's faction there are that they're working for. But I think to back up what Eric's saying, right? People are going to sling mud, and you have to learn to matrix dodge that shit, man. Like there's gonna be people doing all kinds of crazy shit, and you just gotta learn, especially as a space host, if you're gonna be a space host, right? Like learn when you're beginning to feel the effects of said things and react quickly, right? Like Eric will put out a fire at the South Pole Station immediately. It doesn't matter where it is. He's going to that crisis center, and he's going to take out that threat, right? So I think it's important to recognize that as well, right? And like you said, when you're in other people's spaces, just respect the speaker panel and respect the host, right? Even if you have disagreements with the host, just know that you're surrounded by that person's own little posse of people they got going on. So yeah, definitely 100% in agreement with both of you on that. Guys, keep your head up, man. Don't let the bullshit get to you, man. It's all social media bullshit in my mind. I don't know any of you in real life, but from what I can tell, everyone in this room that's listening right now, that's at least on the speaker panel, right? You're all great people. I don't have a problem with any of you guys, and I find all of you very valuable to this community. You know, we've got Eric, who's pushing for actionable intelligence. We've got Daz, who's actually talking about, hey, we need to start treating these people with some damn respect, and they need to be, we need to be there for them when they're in their low moments and their hard moments. That's very important, right? The mental health aspect of things. And we've got Sarah over there. You know, I see her agreeing. She's seen it all. So there's definitely OGs around here that are open to listen to you if you ever do want to listen, man, or you ever do want to talk. And yeah, like I said, man, just keep your head up. Don't let the bullshit get to you, and just recognize, yeah, there are definitely people out here doing some fuck shit for sure.
Can I go, Eric?
Absolutely, Daz. Work your way through the quicksand barbed wire minefield. I know you got this.
I'm trying. I like to just be respectful because it's Eric's space, you know? Don't forget Gene. Gene I've met through Eric's space. He came up on my stage for the first time on Saturday, and he really Friday. It was my Friday space with Astral. Really floored me with just the knowledge and awareness he had around spirituality, consciousness, heart-centeredness. I was just like, oh my gosh, I haven't heard you speak like this in Eric's space. And that's what I love about spaces. We all have different aspect to us. He's laughing because it's true. You really surprised me. So I'm just like, okay, you know, I hope you do come back to more of my spaces. And I look forward to Eric's spaces because Eric has Gene and he has Wolf and, you know, Carl I've met through here, you know. There's just different spaces have different people. But there was something that Carl said about the social media thing. And I feel like in Eric's space, we kind of had this conversation before. And I know Eric would be like, well, I've never met you, so you're not my friends, right? But at the same time, it's hard because I'm connecting with so many of you on a daily basis. And with me being the big softie that I am, I don't really see any of you. The ones that I connect with, the ones that I'm, you know, DMing or may speak with or whatever, it goes beyond just, oh, you're all just social media people, you know? And I think that is that cognitive dissonance that I experience, Carl, because when you start to get bonds with the community and with people and groups, then sometimes someone disappoints you and lets you down. It does get to you. And I hear what you're saying, but the reality is that there's some of us that do, you know, maybe get too attached to some of the people. And because it is social media, you're right. it's so easy for people to hold different agendas, and then all of a sudden you realize it, and then you're kind of screwed over. That one's moved on, or you're blocked, and you're like, oh, hold on, I was just talking to you like 4 times a day. What's happening? You know, it's the minefield, isn't it? It's the minefield.
Yeah, and as a fellow softie, right, I agree, man. Like, it's easy to get caught up in that shit, and I'm learning to kind of distance myself a little bit more from the community as a whole. Not meaning in a bad way, right? Like, I do want connection. But yeah, we have to as empathetic people, we have to realize that there are people that will hijack that empathy, unfortunately. And yeah, I 100% agree, man. It is hard when you're a big teddy bear, a real teddy bear. Like it's hard when people let you down, even if they don't mean to. You know, you get upset, or maybe someone doesn't message you back, or someone doesn't call you back, or somebody doesn't respond to your messages anymore. You just never know what that other person's going through. So just it's good to give yourself space, and that also gives the other person space too. So if they are willing to come back, they will eventually, right? And that's what I'm kind of slowly learning and realizing as I've been in the community, right? There are periods of like silence between parties, and it's important not conclusions on reasons. But yeah, I definitely agree with you 100%. The empathy gets hijacked for sure.
I just got to jump in here and say, wow, Daz, that was really messed up what you just said. So apparently, if I'm hearing this correctly, you're saying that when Gene was in my spaces, you had no idea that he was smart, that he seemed like a dummy until he was in your spaces, and you could figure out how to interview him to the point of his intelligence coming out, which I guess is throwing me under the bus as a spaces host. Fuck, man, Daz, that's messed up, Daz. That's so messed up. Gene, I apologize for this assault against your mental integrity. We're seeing a new shade of Daz today.
I don't take it at all that way. I take it as Dad recognize the broad spectrum of topics on which I can speak intelligently.
All right, maybe I was just reading into that one a little bit wrong. You know, it's the threatening cowboy hat. It's just.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna start throwing this out there, so this person starts to back off. Don't do a Kimball, Eric. Don't do a Kimball. Taking things out of context.
I reserve the right to misinterpret anything. No, I'm just kidding.
I love Daz when you were talking about being disappointed in people, because I just went through that this weekend, and it is, you're right, and not just being new to engaging in spaces, being somewhat new. I'm still going on 7 months of really diving into this community. It is amazing how easily discouraged I become. Saturday I was like, you know what, I'm just done with all of this. I'm just delete the accounts, the social media side, let me just do my work, and whatever happens, because I'm very much, I think, similar in a way to what you were saying. I love thoughtful engagement, and I love the idea and hearing people's ideas and being able to discuss them in a productive way. And I think, to Eric's credit, that is what he facilitates here. I think anybody, whether it is agreeing or not agreeing, is given the opportunity to engage in a thoughtful discussion about it and ask those questions. And when you get into a space or and you find people with which you were engaged in what you thought were thoughtful discussions devolving into, an ideological position or into a dogmatic commitment to something, that's when I'm like, oh, never mind. No, I thought we were there, and you just want to throw the baby out with water at that point. But then you come back to Cawffee Talk. And yeah, I find myself reinvigorated with hope for humanity.
Nice. That's excellent. Gene, you know what they say?
All right. Let's keep
You know what they say
to a minimum.
in the UK, Gene? Sometimes you just got to take a breather, brother. It looks like Sarah's got her hand up. Go for it, Sarah.
Yeah, I really appreciate the follow back, Gene. Thank you. And I really appreciated everything that everybody said so far. I just wanted to add really quickly that if you're going to be speaking on panels and hosting spaces and really, being an active, member of this community, please do yourself a favor. Look up trolling tactics. It will really help you to educate yourself on a couple of things like this. Kyle was just mentioning the weaponized empathy, right? There's also staged sympathy, sea lioning, breadcrumbing. Like, I'm telling you, vocabulary words that I didn't know existed. So, and no one told me to do this. It came to me to do after I had to nuke my last account. And so, yeah, if anybody wants to, get up on panel and start speaking, but isn't quite sure what to do, definitely don't be afraid to reach out to an OG, and let us know, especially if you have a story, like if you're an experiencer, a whistleblower, anything like that. I come from a multi-generational military and multi-generational experience. I completely understand, what it's like. You want to tell your story and of what's going on. There are some people who are clearly just here to harass and distort, and they're just not here for the topic talks. And so stay on panels where you're respected, go and contribute, add value where you know the host, and you know that the host will have your back. And so that's why close to Hecker and a couple of other OGs like Daz in the UFO community, like I'm just telling you, find your tribe, because it's out there. So, and definitely don't be afraid. I know when I first got here, the first people that I really kind of started to reach out to were like Logan and Red Panda, and like Red Panda's like my little fucking brother. I trust him with everything and anything. And then Doomer and Mav have been around for forever, and Mav has like the best spaces and the best crew. So if anybody is looking for a room where they can just hop up on the panel and have a fun chat, like please follow Mav. Him and his Dodginal dogs are just like some of the greatest people on the planet, and they know what's going on too. So they're very, very informed, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, like I guess to add on to what Sarah's saying about the find your tribe thing, I guess the other direction you could take, this is just another looking for options out there as to how set of communities. Also, you can build your own tribe. That is a thing you can do. It's a lot more work and it's a lot harder. Of different things to be at play, right? But there are options out there for you guys, definitely. If you're out there and you're being trolled, again, I just want to reiterate to everyone listening, there are people listen and aren't loose lips, They have good advice to provide, especially like Sarah was saying, a lot of have good advice to listen to, and to really let sit in your noggin and stew around for a bit.
Yeah, but people don't really want to come to OGs. Like, I don't even consider myself an OG, and I've been here. It's 2 years now, Eric. I actually came here 2 years ago in January, and I still don't consider myself an OG. Definitely not in the UFO community, because I started more in like the truth seeker community. And then I was kind of like drawn into like the music community, and being a psychotherapist, I've always been a part of the mental health community with Dr. Heath and that. But then after a while, I realized some of these groups, they're literally just here for community and being influencers. One of the communities was literally called the Cool Kids. And it's like, but hold on, you're all in your 40s and 50s. Shouldn't it be maybe the cool middle agers? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think people are so delusional on this app. It's hilarious. But yeah, no, I digress. In terms of the trolling, is there a site, Sarah, you're saying, that tells people the different tactics and methods of trolling? I didn't know that.
I just used Chat GPT. I went into my, sorry, my daughter's being a bit loud. But yeah, I just went into my Chat GPT and asked about what are some behaviors that organized trolls would use for harassment online. And it literally gave me a list of 20 things. And like I had never heard of half of them. So it was really interesting. And now to have, when I did that a few months ago, that was one of the big reasons why I started. And I know you remember these, Daz, my relationship spaces. That was one of the big reasons. You know, want to learn some stuff. Like, not a lot of people take sociology or psychiatry, sociology, like any of these things, right? So, I mean, I know I did, and I know you, like you said, you're in the mental health, and mental health means a great deal to me. So, yeah, I just definitely do your research.
I think it's fantastic that you brought that up, Sarah. And Daz, I mean, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised reading this list, because it's just going to define activities going on around you that you may have thought were previously happenstance, but you will now realize are coordinated, definable activities. And it makes me think of another list that I had seen one time. I think it was called like the list of like logical fallacies, like ad hominem attacks and things like that. These are techniques.
Have you seen the list of the trolling then, Eric?
I believe that I have seen some lists like this, but never having looked deeply into it. I'm going to be honest with you, just as a New Yorker, and the work that I did, expert levels of when people are fucking around with me in a conversation and operating disingenuinely. Like, I feel like I think this is what rubs people wrong about me in spaces, is that I have cues, red flags, smoke signals that I notice so far on the front end, where I'm like, I know this person's up to fucking no good. Like, I'm not even gonna wait for the rest of the room. Like, I already know what's gonna happen. So if I feel that someone's firing shots at me, I return fire immediately, and I have a skill set.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of just speaks to like where you grow up, right? The environment you find yourself in as a growing young adult. You pick up a lot of these skills.
up to people's homes as a plumber, right? They have a plumbing problem and just trying to figure out how to rectify the problem. You know, one of the main things you always ask people is like, you know, what was going on? What were you doing before this problem presented itself? And you learn a lot from knowing how things went down. But the funny thing is I learned early on that nobody tells you the truth. If you ask them what they were doing and they know that they caused the problem, they'll give you a bullshit story. And and it's like you can look at the system, you're like, that's not what happened. Like, this person's totally lying to me right now for whatever reason. They feel guilty. I don't know why they're lying, but I could just start to learn that I would ask a lot of questions about simple stuff. Like, I'm there to help. Like, I don't know why you're lying to me right now. But obviously what you're saying isn't true. So I started to get an education on, people being deceptive almost for no reason. People lie a lot for no.
Eric,
They're trying to avoid just directly that would have caused the end result. The beginning of the story is factual. The end of the story is factual. It's that middle ground clarification and the step-by-step forensic analysis where you say, okay, so, now walk me through. So I usually let them give the story, and then I go back to the beginning, and I, walk them from the beginning that they gave me to, now tell me, and you've got to walk them down that trail in order to get them to, to sometimes come to their own realization that they.
Absolutely, because every one of these stories I engaged in starts out with everything's awesome. And it ends with everything's flooding. The details are completely in the middle, personal to the person I'm engaging with, and that's where they deceive. It's their engagement with their plumbing that it's like, okay, right. I get it. Everything was. I didn't do anything.
My dishes. I put the thing down, and I took. When you return the phone call, was that thing still there? Well, no. Okay. So did you go looking for it? No.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Oh, it had nothing to do with you, right? Like, and it's just intel gathering so that I can attempt to start appropriate tools and stuff like that. I'm there to help. Like, help me to help you.
I think doctors run it.
How it happened, Doc? It's the weirdest thing. I'm confused too.
Just get them out. That's not important.
Oh, the devil's in the details for sure.
Well, right, and you know, like of
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. It popped in my head, I guess, because it's appropriate for this conversation. But I think this is what rubs people wrong a lot regarding how Dr. Greer engages people. But I respect his career was he was an emergency room doctor. So he's very quick to the point, just the facts. I don't want to hear the excess. Like I imagine that he came from a world where
Long-winded conversations and explanations would be agitating to him because he has to move forwards now. So I think I have a lot of people, and to me, understanding his background gives me a lot of insight just to how he functions. You know, he's a guy that barks and people move. Like that's what he does. That's all he knows.
And you know,
chicks love that, Gene.
because for me it's like
And I apologize
on that because I oftentimes can't tell if it's a shadow hand or a legitimate hand.
But with
that being said, Daz,
in my spaces, don't hesitate to just jump right in.
it's hard. It's hard.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm just letting Carl know because I
got it
twice in one day. So I'm like, I'm gonna let you know because that's how I am. You know, I don't.
That's great.
To Eric, and not everyone can handle it. But with me, you're always going to know where you stand. Oh, Don, Desmo's going into a space called the Homophobe Days. Interesting. Wow, I just got that notification.
That's funny. Homophobic gays. That's wild.
And then so it's gays, GAZE, and then in brackets, gays, G. And Tendo Carlos is in there, so I'm gonna have to go in a little bit because I've got to sort something out for my mum, and then I'll jump in that one. What's up?
Yep.
It's been a lady, so
you got it.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it very, very much. I just wanted to say because of my little unverified account, I went ahead and DM.
That's awesome. Yeah, Daz, if you want to do a space on that one, that would be a fun one to engage.
Maybe like
Identification of trolling tactics. Forewarned is forearmed.
would have to be my co-host. We'll plan it, Eric, and we maybe
I would love that, Daz. I think that would be a lot of fun, and B extremely educational for everybody. And pertinent to this environment. So I think that would be a lot of fun.
Because you're at dealing with the trolls. This is why I love that. Super trolls on here, and I won't say who they are because that has to remain confidential, right? But there's been times when they've said, yeah, come in this space, right? Just watch, just observe, yeah? Come up if you want to. I'm too scared because the energy was so crazy, it was hilarious, and they're saying to me, just notice how no one is responding to anything. The whole point of trolling is to throw everything off. And that is the point of trolling, isn't it, Eric? To come in and throw everything off, right?
Absolutely. I call them dissipators. We got Mr. Wolf in the speaker panel here with his hand up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to use a couple of terms. I'll be brief. Accord, A-C-C-O-R-D, and Discord, D-I-S-C-O-R-D. And I don't mean the social media platform Discord. So when you are in accord with someone, there's harmony or good faith or some level of trust, counterparty trust. When there is discord, that situation doesn't exist. And Sarah, I'm curious about something. The information or the reading you've done or the resources you can share about trolling, does it go into anything on a religion called Discordianism, which is kind of like worshipping the egregore of a jester, right? In a king's court, a jester would be the king's personal shitposter, the king's personal troll, so that the king has an ego check. If he does care about his people, he can maintain the edge on his aristocratic duties. And I'm wondering if any of your readings or the resources you've touched on deal with that aspect of Discordianism, of that chaos worship.
Not specifically. The list that I got from my chat GPT, just really quickly, it goes through like, what is the list here? It's 15 tactics and identity-based undermining, pseudo-intellectual flexing, provocation without position, false equivalence, moving the goalposts, ironic detachment, or just joking, clout leeching, dogpiling, gaslighting, whataboutism, straw manning, tone policing, concern trolling, sea lining, and rage baiting.
The rage.
Thank you for
Sorry, finish.
No, I just wanted to say thank you, and it was me who interrupted you, Daz. You go ahead, please.
You didn't. It was your turn. It's just a rage baiting, Wolf. When and Eric and Sarah and Kyle, when I read that list, I just thought to myself, I'm so vulnerable to that because of my sensitivity. And if I look at my 2 years being on here, the rage baiting, people trying to get that. Oh, look, Lana's here. Hi, Lana. People trying to get that reaction from me. You know, I even feel like what's currently happening now is a form of, you know, just keep saying things to annoy me. And then at some point, I'm going to kind of blow up. And it's interesting because I think Eric's heard about it already, right? So, because I came in and he asked me and I told him about it. And then I'm getting messages from other people saying, oh, I've just heard about you screaming at Kimball. I wasn't screaming at him. You just saw how I just addressed Kyle. It's a very similar way. Like I just say what I need to say. But then people, they observe it. Maybe they feel the energy and feel the passion. And to them, it's kind of like, oh, my God. And, you know, and then I think people embellish. And this is how rumors start. And then it's other people who start to create the problem. You know, I said, I'm done. I've said what I needed to say. That's it, right? But it's other people that start to make it into a thing. And that's what I notice when you're in these kind of communities.
Yeah, absolutely, Daz. And just to let you know, I did not take offense to anything you said to me. You were right on point. I was interrupting you, so I apologize. Yeah, there definitely is rage bait will be a tool used for you because you're an empathetic person, so they know that works on that system, and they're going to use that neurolinguistic tool. So yeah, 100%. All right, guys, I do have to go though. I've got a very busy day today. Daz, it was awesome. Like I
Can I
said, man, keep
respond
your
to you
head up.
quickly before you go?
I love you, bro.
Kyle, can I
Parsons was
respond to
good.
you?
It's good to see you, buddy. I'm headed out. Gene, thank you so much. Your input is always appreciated. You are always doing an awesome job, man. I appreciate everything you do.
Kyle.
Eric, thank you for the spaces, brother.
Hey,
I
Kyle,
don't think you can
Daz
hear
wants
us.
to. Yeah.
Have a good day, Kyle.
Kyle, can you hear us? Kyle, can you hear us or are you gone?
He put his
He
thumb up.
thumbs up. Yeah, he can hear.
Okay, well, I wanted to say thank you for being able to take that on the chin and not making it a big deal, because I need people to understand, like, this is just me. And, you know, you always know where you stand with me. And it just takes time for us to have those kind of interactions for me to see how you respond. And you responded in that way, and now I have a lot more respect for you. So I just wanted to let you know that.
This is the best space ever. And Wolf, it looks like you got your hand up to me. Fire away.
Yes. I just wanted to mention that just as with any tool of social interaction, there's a left-hand path of selfishness and a right-hand path of positive creation. And someone who's a Discordian or a troll, some of them can be positive in the sense of like a harsh coach who wants to toughen you up, who wants to show you without explaining to you what he's doing, where these faults or flaws may lie. And you can almost always rely on your instincts to determine that if someone's gaslighting you or someone's maliciously fucking with you. Don't listen to what they tell you. Trust your instincts first. And then if you believe your instincts could be in question, maybe give more accord or more credence to their words. But just like you can tell if someone is flirting with you in a creepy or a healthy way, you can kind of sense that about trolls. Don't let them gaslight you, right? Because that's an element of, that's part of the pleasure, right? That the left-hand path ones derive, right? Is you being confused and deciding to risk more trust in them. They're literally feeding on you in a weird sense. Vampires are real.
They're parasites. They're parasites. When you spoke about that, I thought of a specific New Yorker. I won't say the name, but I'm saying New Yorker, so Eric can think of what other New Yorker is on this app, and we've discussed this person in this space. So it's just so that Eric knows that I've had to go through that with this particular person, you know, thinking that he's a friend, and then watching how, hold on, you're launching spaces at a time when you know that I'm going to be asleep and all of the people from my community are in your space. And then I'm letting him know because I'm speaking to him all of the time. And then he will do it again. And then he will do it again. And then all of a sudden, these same people are now starting to create lies about me. If you knew the confusion and turmoil this particular group of people that I was supporting put me through in 2025. I don't know if that's trolling though. I just see it as very parasitic behavior. For whatever reason, I got through it, but obviously, you know, I recognized that one of the ways that they were able to get to me was because of my empathy, because I just want to have help and have compassion, and these people used that, and then they stabbed me in the back. They literally created an entire group, and then all of a sudden, when I'm doing my spaces, they're all doing the same space at the same time. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So, and then they're all supporting each other, but then they're not supporting me. Like that, I don't see as trolling. That I just see as really petty and conniving.
It's bullying, Daz. You're right about that. It's bullying and parasitization in some hybrid sense. It's deeply unhealthy. And we've likely all done trolling in our lives. And if you've got healthy empathy, as you described, Daz, you grow out of it as you earn wisdom and you realize you're creating more harm in the world. And more than that, you're actually burning little bits and pieces of your own soul to create suffering in someone else, and thinking that somehow you're going to come out on the positive end of that trade. In my experience, I've always, in the long run, realized I've lost.
I'm glad it happened because I've been able to identify who the bad faith actors are. I've been able to put my time in a community that, okay, it's got its problems, but as an
that you brought,
experiencer,
I did not.
I belong more within the UFO community, and I no longer really waste my time with people who just want numbers and popularity and internet fame. Yes, there was an element of bullying, I would say, but I also take responsibility because I was the one who called out an entire community with the fake love and lighters, and I pushed them away. I rejected them. And so they had to find somewhere else to go. But rather than integrate, you know, they kind of like, you know, ostracized. And that's fine, you know. I think when it comes to trolling and like you say, the bullying, they're two different things, because if you've got someone who you're trusting and you're speaking to constantly, but they're also with a group of people that are bullying you and stabbing you in the back, the moment I shut him down and said, you know what, enough, that's when my healing began. So yeah, you live and you learn, but we all go through these kind of situations on this app.
I think of the famous barbarian Conan, and he said, "Crush your enemies." But we had Justice new to the stage, and she had her hand up before. She's good at crushing her enemies and may have some insights.
No, I was just going to say, like, you know, I think people, they can be not nice sometimes. And, you know, you can, you know, basically tell where love is not being served because you're not welcome at the table. So if you go places and they don't make an effort to include you, or like, you know, like you said, these spaces are done at times you're not around. I mean, you should consider that a blessing, because, you know, I used to try and fit in with everyone and make everybody get along. But now I've learned that I'm only going to show up to where I'm welcome at the table. You know, if they don't want to include me, fine. It's their loss, you know, and they will see it's their loss also. But because
Justice.
Yeah.
Do you hear what I'm saying now? This person was a friend of mine before he even started hosting spaces, right? I don't know if it was purposely, but I feel like it seems to be purposely. But he was the one who we used to speak all the time, and he chose to keep putting it on at a Sunday night at 1 a.m. And I'm here in London, and it's like 7 for the Americans, but it's like 1 a.m. for my time. So I'm like, bro, like, how can I make that? Can't you make it a bit earlier? Can't you do it another day? Oh, that's the only day that I can do it. But still kind of gaslighting me to be like, oh, you shouldn't really care. You shouldn't really care. But it did feel very harsh. And what's happened a year on? They've grown in bonds and in community, and now we no longer even really speak. I could see that was coming. And I all feel like it was intentional because he co-opted the community that I built, right? But I'm strong enough, and I've made another community. It's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
I think of it like stealing customers in a way. Like I just think of it like in the business world. It's like someone stealing your customers.
Yeah, and the thing is, people that truly know you and get to know you and know your heart, they will be with you regardless of what other BS happens. That people will naturally gravitate you, and I've seen that since you've been here in this, especially since you've been more active. I've seen a lot more people gravitate towards you. So you know what, karma will win in the end. They can try and exclude you now, but in the long run, it's going to be to their own loss. And you just be who you are, be the person you are, because it's beautiful.
Yeah, you're a good person.
Yes, you're
Don't worry
a good
about
person.
haters.
Exactly.
No, thank you.
And right now may be a transition period for you, but give it some time, and your followers or spaces are going to be probably right up there with some of the biggest I can imagine, honestly.
I think maybe that's what people saw, and that's why an entire group had to be created to try and tear me down. Look what happened. I got suspended during my birthday space. I still don't really know why or who done it, but there's people on this app that really seem to see me as a problem. And it's like, you see how kind I am, but I think for the bad faith actors, I think for those who are not sincere, those who are all based on just being transactional, there's an energy that I carry that seems to intimidate these people, and that's why I would say, you're welcome, because of me, there's now an entire group of people. You just need to identify who they are, who are just all the liars, the grifters, the social climbers, and I look at them now and I can see them all together. When we was in Augustus's space yesterday, Eric, a good number of them were in that space. Do you see what I'm saying? But I will just smile and whatnot, but I know who people are now.
Well,
Take notes, Daz. You got it.
There's something powerful about authentic people. And no matter what comes and goes, what little fads, what little groups formulate or whatever, when you are authentic, nothing, I mean nothing can stop you, no matter how hard they try. You might have some hiccups, you might, have some valleys every once in a while, but in the end, the authentic people will win because you were true to yourself, and that resonates so much more differently than these little actors or clout chasers.
Thank you, Justice. We have T, new to the speaker panel, with her hand up. Come on in, fire away.
Thank you for the opportunity to be up here. I'm a real normie, and I'm proud to say I'm a normie. I don't know, I guess I want to introduce myself to you, Eric. I'm one of those 2 New Yorks that I heard you say earlier regarding
you're a female Tony?
Yeah.
Tonya?
Nope, it's just Tony. I don't know why my mother named me that, but she did. So my question is, and I'm new to spaces. I came in almost a year ago and have talked in other spaces, but like Justice was saying, you feel uncomfortable coming up on stage. But I really have an authentic question, and I read your trolling paper. I even saved it so I could maybe drop it in another space that I will go into and then I have to go back out of. And the reason, and you were talking, Eric, about the directed weapons earlier, and I've learned a lot from you. And I'm just amazed by everything that I'm learning here and waking up to. And I want to thank everybody that's on this panel for helping me do that and kind of seeing where my head is with it. But I do have a question that's important to me right now, only because I've gone into this space, and every time I go there, you know, I see some of the people I know or have gotten to know or believe that I know. And I see them in that space, and I'll go in there and I just feel like I am being hypnotized. Do you think that there is a such thing as spaces doing that to people? Only because we talked about directed energy earlier.
Absolutely.
And I understand the frequencies, but this person that hosts a space will play music in the background, talk with his voice in a certain way. It's, to me, really strange. I'm just wondering, do any of you, Eric, you said absolutely. How can, because I feel something wrong, so I'll get back out of the space and I'm like, I want to put in there, you know, in his purple pill, hey, you are all being hypnotized, but I'm not a professional enough to do that. So I don't feel that I should, but I don't know. I'm really concerned with the people that are in there. And I don't know, I'll just say who it is. If one of you guys, I mean, can maybe even I don't know if you know anything about it, but if you ever go in there, you know, even for 5 minutes and see how you resonate with this. But it's Victor Perez's spaces. And, you know, I'm just going to be upfront and honest. What do you all know about that?
Oh, it's interesting that you laid it at his feet. I would just come from the angle of I didn't get that read from him. He has a cadence, which I would say is different from a lot of folks. But to me, I equated it to him coming from a professional background of attempting to be professional. Is that it's almost like some people put on a radio voice. There's a guy that I do interviews with, Greg, who's a New Yorker, really, really nice guy. Greg does a radio voice that I loathe, but it's his spiel, like it's online persona. I would much rather talk to Greg in real life than be on mic with him, because he gets into like this weird, like, hello and welcome back to the radio. We have a guest. And it's just like, oh my God. So it rubs me the wrong way, but it's no harm, no foul. And even with that being said, Greg's a hypnotist, straight up. Like that's part of his line of study. And I will go so far as to say I do find hypnotists very peculiar, almost like lawyers. Like, don't trust a lawyer, don't trust a hypnotist. Excuse me. And I do absolutely believe that there are peculiar hypnotists doing things online. I just find it interesting that you called it to be Victor. And, you know, I mean, your experience is your experience. My experience is my experience. You asked, I answered. I don't find Victor to be doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now I won't be so concerned because I have, you know, a little bit of validation there. Thank you.
Can I add something, Eric? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
I like him, but I do feel like he's another one of those hosts that came out of fucking nowhere and just had all these big spaces. How does that happen, right? So as much as Eric's saying, oh yeah, like he doesn't see that hypnotic side, then all of that kind of thing. The fact that you said that, and then you said that person, as much as I like him, we follow each other. I think I've only sat in maybe 2 of his spaces, and probably the longest was maybe for about 40 minutes because I was traveling, and I found that he was just the one talking constantly. And I always find that interesting because if you lot come to my spaces, you never really hear me talk longer than maybe 3 minutes because I'm hosting space to try and draw from other people the knowledge, the experience, the wisdom that they can
A
add.
good host keeps the conversation flowing.
Say that again?
Well,
A
I
good
find
host
this to be
keeps the conversation flowing.
No, but it's different styles.
Yeah,
It's
that's the way
different
I see
styles.
it. These are opinions, and Daz, you do things your way. He does his way. I appreciate the angle that you're firing from. Like you're straight up saying, like I'm here to learn stuff. I would say Victor's not prioritized that way. I think what he's trying to do is share what he does know, what he believes he knows.
90% of the hosts are like that, Eric.
I get that.
And 90% of the hosts, I find, no, 90% of the hosts are like that. Maybe 80% of them are therefore egomaniacs because of it. Because for me, if you're like, I've got all this knowledge, you must listen to me, that grinds my gears. Do you understand?
And I totally understand, but this is why the world's big enough for all of us. You don't have to like anything anyone else does technically and still do things your way. Nobody has to like the way that you do things, and you still get to do things your way. Like I hear everything everybody's saying, but to me this is very much like, folks, live and let live.
I mean, I just want to jump in for a second. So I can see, both sides. I think both sides are important. But like for me, there's a lot of information I have that I can't really share in spaces because there's not that much opportunity. But say I could see myself one day holding a space about different topics that I've really dug deep into. Because I'm able to control the interruptions and the topic flow and things like that. So I could see how that would be beneficial. Now, I don't think I could do it on a regular basis all the time. It seems like now that might get to be a lot, but I can understand the researchers, when they really dig in and they're just trying to get the information out there, like it's beneficial then. But I also feel like back and forth exchange is good in its moments. It can be distracting when you're trying to share information with others, though.
And energy harvesting, Eric and T. That's what I notice happening on here. So a lot of those big spaces, they may not necessarily be hypnotic, but they're harvesting people's energy, even if it's just through the drama and the nonsensical information. But you find yourself trapped, and you're like, "Oh my God, I can't leave here. This is all crap. But why am I still here?" And I feel like those kind of hosts, and I believe that those people that put me through what they put me through, are a part of those types of hosts that want big spaces, and they're harvesting energy, whether they're consciously doing it or not is two different things.
Totally understood. All I would suggest is you have the power of the edit in your life. If you're ever engaged in something and you feel there's value to it, engage it more. If whatever you're doing in life, you're feeling that it's taking from you and you don't have an appreciation for the value of it, then disengage. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from exiting a space that you're not enjoying. Oh my God. But with that being said, I would say it's a bit unfair to say that that other person needs to do anything differently. It's like a restaurant, right? You walk into a restaurant, you look at the menu, you don't like the food, you leave. You don't tell the restaurateur that he needs to change his menu to please you.
No, I never said that. It's just identifying that the types of hosts that come across like they've got all of the information, so you're coming into my space, so I'm here to teach you, are also the ones that come across to me as egomaniacs.
Oh, absolutely, totally possible. Yeah, I mean, but again, people fire from different angles, and some people aren't necessarily there with the priority to learn things from others. I would say, like, I'm very limited on my desire to be here to learn things from others. I'm more coming from the agenda of trying to bring up the level of education in the community regarding directed energy weapons. That's why I'm here. Like, so that's like kind of my priority. is to share my experiences and my understanding, but do so in a way where there's dialoguing, because I'm a piss poor monologuer. I've always said I'm a better student than a teacher, so I can't really come into these spaces and monologue about all the dangers of directed energy weapons, everything that you need to know. I can't function that way. So here I am trying to figure out a process of engaging an audience to accomplish my agenda while trying to not rub people the wrong way, being a plumber from New York.
No, if people can't handle you, they're just not mature enough. You're a great guy. I do need to go now because I'm 20 minutes over time. I needed to get something done. So it was a great space.
Yeah, you
Lovely
got
to
it,
see you
Daz.
all. Thanks, Eric. I'll try and flow through tomorrow.
You got it. Have an excellent day. Be well.
Love you, Dazza. We'll see you later, bro.
See you later, Sarah. Bye, everybody.
It looks to me like you got your hand up,
Daz.
Justice, so fire away.
Oh, my hand wasn't up.
Oh, that's all right. You should do a cooking show, Justice. You would crush it.
Well, look, just because I cook doesn't mean I cook well.
Liar. Liar.
Yeah, right? That's what
I'm
I was
sure
just
it's
thinking.
delicious.
Yeah. I've seen some pictures. I would be happy to sit at that dinner table on any evening.
I want some of her desserts.
Well, y'all come on now, you hear?
Bless your
Oh,
heart.
yes, Paula Dean.
Yeah, Justice, you could totally hammer down on being like super Southern, like just like lunatic levels. You could crush it.
I just made, for the very first time the other day, German chocolate cake.
That's exactly what I was. Oh my God. I was like, she made something just the other day. And I was like, oh, sweet Lord, I need a slice of that.
It was the first time I've ever had it.
For hers. Cool.
She what?
She won $500 for her recipe and preparation of hers.
Oh my gosh. You got to share that.
So awesome.
Justice, I could make a joke about German chocolate, but I won't.
Oh boy.
Bet you could.
Stop it.
Justice, you ever make monkey bread?
I mean, just the stuff that comes in the store. I've never made it from scratch.
I learned about that at the South Pole. That's some good shit.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, because, like, I cook, I also like to eat, so I have to watch and exercise.
Everything's good in moderation, Justice. You can eat a slice and then bring it over to the neighbors.
Look, everybody complained last night. I don't know if do you guys ever know Shoney's? Have you ever had their soup, beef and cabbage soup?
I've never heard of this.
And it has
Chinese,
beans.
yes. Yeah.
So I made that the other day, and everybody was complaining because, they're spoiled brats, of course. And, they're like, ugh, cabbage and beef and beans soup, gross. Why don't you make potato soup? Why don't you make this?
Cabbage is kind of rough. Like for kids under 18, like they just can't do it. I swear to God.
I don't know what the problem is with that one. I just made some curry recently, and I had some cabbage in the house, and I threw the cabbage in there. I'd never done it before. It was fantastic.
I accidentally discovered one thing that tastes pretty good is, I don't know if you guys eat like kielbasa or whatever, but like kielbasa and
Hell yeah.
fried cabbage.
Hell yeah.
I was like, that is really good, but of course nobody else in the house wanted to eat it.
That's really smart that you did that, Eric, because like cabbage and leeks and like all kinds of stuff like that, we do like stir fry, and we do curry quite often here at my house too. But yeah, we utilize like bok choy and all kinds of good stuff like that too. So it definitely I love bean sprouts.
There you
Yum.
go. Yep. Yeah, it was a Thai curry, and the cabbage was very complimentary to it.
I use a lot of those like bean sprouts and cabbage and stuff like that sometimes when I make ramen too.
Or using the word of the day from Wolf, I would say that the cabbage was in accord with the curry.
Very nice.
I go to the Irish pub here. They have the corned beef and cabbage night. It's very good. It's the cop bar, so I just in there sometimes.
Let me guess, they have donuts for dessert. Oh,
snap!
Crackle.
And pop.
Yeah, one thing I will say about going back to the community is the problem with the community is they allow certain people to label others. Like I'm sure now, like you are probably labeled as a misogynist because of that one argument that everybody plays. And that's what I see with this community. They take
are you talking to
one little
me?
piece. Yeah.
What's the argument that everyone's playing that I don't know about?
Oh my gosh, they I just heard it the other day in a space about the one you and that person got into that was pretty heated.
Justice, you're gonna really have to You're asking me to go into my Rolodex of my head and pick out the heated conversation I had with someone. Come on, hook me up here, Justice. I mean, if I had $1 for every heated conversation that I got in, well, I mean, the topic, the context, like you got to give me something here. I mean, you and I have probably had heated conversations.
Female. That's all I'll say is it's a female.
Well, that narrows it down to 50% of the Rolodex. I'm about equality.
But I guess after that, sometimes I think now I feel like maybe you're labeled as like, oh, he's a misogynist or something like that. But, I mean, I've interacted with you. Definitely not a misogynist in my experience, for sure.
More of a masseuse. A masseusinist.
Look, nobody said your jokes were good, though, so...
Come on, just put up a smiley emoji, would you? Come on. I'm trying over here. You know what I think is really funny is that I had...
keep comedy out of your space.
Oh, because I'm doing such a good job of it so far. Is that what you're going to say?
I'll laugh because I am a licensed massage therapist.
There you go.
It was kind of funny.
I'm like an illegal operator. No paperwork.
Look, Eric knows I give him shit all the time.
Oh, I
he
think
gives
it's
me
great.
just as much shit. Look, don't even think that he, doesn't feel like he could pick on women too, because he gives us probably more shit than dudes, for real.
I am about full-blown equality.
It's because he knows that our balls are bigger than most of the dudes on here.
Probably, yes. Justice for sure. Sarah, we're relatively new.
True.
But yeah.
That's absolutely fucking true.
I said at one point,
agree with that.
there was a space one time where people got on the topic of there being like some sort of charity fight for the disclosure people that are bickering. And somebody said something about the dude Gabe being one of the contenders, and I was like, oh, Justice could take him. Like, my money's on Justice. She would totally whoop that dude. And I stand by that one. If it ever came down to it,
that dude.
I would bet money on Justice on that one.
Yeah, she's around Green Berets. She knows how to carry herself.
Exactly. These little bitches up in this place, they have no clue what it's like to be like around like real men. So when you're around like, alpha males, like, a ton of them a lot, like you have to be assertive. So not really assertive, but I mean, you have to stand your ground when it's needed. You know what I mean? Because military people are a lot different than civilians. And, Sarah knows you've got to be able to stand toe to toe. And if you don't, you'll get walked over. I mean, it's just the way of nature. I think people like to label it as this and that, but it's with anything. People have stronger personalities, and some people have weaker personalities, and they just try to put them in these little boxes and stuff like that, but it is what it is.
I'm just sitting here thinking and laughing in my head, Justice, that what you presented was totally brand new news to me, which is hilarious because that just means it's a whole bunch of people whining when I'm not around. That's so funny to me. Eric's mean. Listen to this clip. I'm sure I'm engaging all of these people with great regularity, and no one will ever say it to me directly. That's why I didn't know. That's so funny.
Isn't it though?
Yeah, that's why a lot of times, when people are doing stuff, I've gotten in the habit of just calling it out because I'm so tired of the bullshit. If I see something and it doesn't sound quite right, I've gotten to the point where now I'll come up on stage and be like, that doesn't really make sense. Although I have been quiet the past couple days, trying to be nice, don't cause any waves.
If you want to have some fun, Justice, next time that activity's going on, just chime in, raise your hand, tell everybody that I'm listening in anonymous, and just DM'd you for the address where I need to send a box of tissues to. I dare you. I dare you to do that.
That kind of sounds fun.
Right? Come on, Justice. Show me
We
how
will do that.
Yeah.
I do seriously love popping out of a non, like right at the right moment, and people just, and then all of a sudden, like mid-sentence, the tone changes. It's just like,
Well, it's true. I've noticed that sometimes when I even enter a room, people leave. Or if I go up on speaker panel, people leave. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never did anything to these certain people. Why the hell are they leaving? You know what I mean?
Because you're
Because
forced to be
you'll
reckoned
squash-
with.
Exactly, and they know you'll squash bullshit, and most people are here for drama and bullshit.
It's true though. It's even people that you think are your friends and stuff like that, and they are the ones consistently leaving too. But it's okay though. I watch motherfuckers. I might not say anything right off the bat, but I watch people. I watch people more than they even would care to know.
Yeah, speaking of which, when are you going to turn off your access to my webcam, Justice? It's getting a little weird now.
I was just getting ready to make a joke. I like your new sofa.
I know. You've been working with Par. You're trying to figure things out. Stop
you need
helping
to
her,
trim
Par.
those. Look, you need to trim those hedges though a little bit because it's a little bit more difficult to see when you don't keep up with your lawn care.
I totally understand. I'll work on that.
So how about that space from yesterday, guys? I'm still really impressed. We outdid the David Icke space. Did you guys know that?
Which space is this you're talking about?
Augustus's space that you spent all day on the panel
Yeah,
on?
7,500 people.
Really?
Yes, Eric.
Wow.
How many people?
Almost 8,000 people. We beat out the David Icke space. Literally.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not doing this for the numbers, but that was pretty fucking awesome.
That's just weird to me. I've never heard of such numbers in anything I was involved with at all. So I guess.
Well, that's
pretty
because
weird.
you don't stay in our fancy group chat with Spaces hosts and stuff like that to share your stuff.
Oh my God, no! I hate when people put me in group DM thingies. I get out as fast as possible. I don't know what's wrong with people.
Well, that's why your space only has 20.
Oh, well, then so be it. I can't stand all
I put it in the thread.
those group space thingies because then my phone just goes off all day long with everybody. Typically, do you know who said this? Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's more than I care to even engage. But Wolf is back with his hand up. Fire away, Wolf. Please keep it in accord with what's going on.
I can't do that. I want to speak about what was just said about Augustus's space.
Go for it. Fire away.
I was concerned. I think we should all be concerned. Anyone who listened to the bulk of that space, that what was celebrated in that space was adventurism, hostile takeover of other countries, and a form of imperialism that because it seemingly is, quote, our side, unquote, we seemed to justify. I didn't hear a single person there speak about either the spirit of the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America or the spirit or actual letter of the Constitution of the United States of America. And I couldn't help but think that in that space, if we actually were a listenership listening to a group of Chinese or Russians or any other supposed adversary as Venezuela was portrayed in that space, if we were listening to them similarly celebrate adventurism and imperialism, we would be disgusted, we would be morally offended, and we would be alarmed and threatened. And yet, not a single speaker in that space addressed anything. I spent almost an hour requesting a mic, and it was not approved, even after spaces were available, and even after I posted numerous related posts to my concern. Not a single lick of engagement, and that should explain to everyone exactly what that space was meant to be by its host and co-host. Beware of Augustus. Beware of his co-host. They're linked to Grant Cardone and Scientology, and that is bad juju.
I think it's a fair criticism. I'm more concerned with the co-host being of a specific motive and the host just being youthful and naive. That would be my perspective.
Well, what I'll say is, we all have our different beliefs and different perspectives. I mean, a lot of people definitely, don't necessarily agree with Augustus, and that's just a difference of opinions, political beliefs, and political leanings and stuff like that. And, it's okay for, him to have his beliefs, and it's okay for you to have your beliefs. We all don't always have to gel.
I'm not talking about simple beliefs. I'm talking about foundational principles and the idea of reciprocity. And they openly celebrated the aggressive conquest of other nations in service of their own nation. That is empire, and it contradicts the very spirit that America was founded upon. It is a self-negating utterance from him, and it is shameful for him and the others who voiced those opinions to not realize it. They gaslit most of the listenership, and they engaged in tribal formation. And it was easy to see, and it was almost, this is a little overdramatic, but it was almost heartbreaking. It wounded me to actually see in this era, after COVID, after 9/11, after the 2008 financial crisis, after the 1971 end of Bretton Woods, after the coup in the United States with the murder of Kennedy, after the 1933 seizure of gold, after the 1932 police action against the Bonus Army, and after the 1913 creation of the Federal Reserve, to hear Americans openly celebrating tyranny because they happen to be the ones receiving a slightly less serious serving of it, while others get the brunt of it. It was shameful.
Yeah, I think I was mostly trying to focus on getting the conversation on directed energy weapons. There were some back-end DMs that I was giving to Augustus during that where I was like, dude, we're like way off topic. and he
Well,
was,
I will
he
say
brought
that
a couple times to it.
I'm sure.
Justice. Oh, I'm so sorry, Justice. Let me have 10 seconds. I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want anyone to mistake me for slighting Eric. Eric did nothing that I just described at all. And when I heard him speak, it was on topic. And I'll hush now. I'm sorry, Justice.
No worries. But now, even with that, sorry, Justice, I'm just going to jump in here too. Like I can look back in hindsight, and in my brain, like if you say that I never made such a statement, I'll yield because my memory's not amazing. But I could imagine that it may have been better if I fired from the angle of when I did engage. I could have, should have, if I didn't say, like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing in Venezuela, but with that being said, on the topic of directed energy weapons, blah, 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 blah.
I was just going to jump in. See, I guess I have a difference of opinion because I grew up and have been surrounded by military people all my fucking life. People who have died out on the battlefield, people who have suffered PTSD. My own nephew who developed a drug addiction and fucking, got murdered in Florida because of his PTSD from being in the army. So I have a very heavy influence from the military, and I've seen the physical effects. I've seen the mental effects. So when they go to another country because, this dictator refused to step down from leadership and they are able to go to another country, have Delta Force go in and there is no casualties or anything like that, and the citizens get their own country back, I don't see a fucking problem with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have gotten some demerits too, but that's, I'm covering the military aspect of it already on another space in the military. We do on Sunday night. So
Justice, because you do have family in the military, and because veterans have been so egregiously treated and outright betrayed by the American government, even in the context of the VA, most of those men and women in uniform should be even more livid than I am. They should be looking at their government and at their military leadership and asking, what happened to the fucking Constitution and the oaths we took to it? What is going on? It is not the place of the United States of America in 2025 with $38 trillion of debt and $60 billion of Bitcoin cryptocurrency held in Venezuela for us to be taking their shit over. Those are the actions of a Soviet-style empire. But wrap it up in an American flag, invoke the military, and you can convince most citizens of most countries to fall in line and join the tribe. It's empire, and it is evil. There's something called the imperial boomerang. Those atrocities and overreaches and suppressions of liberty that empires engage in overseas, they almost always are perfected there and then returned home and inflicted on the domestic populace to concentrate and centralize more power. Look it up, folks.
I think it was it Goring during the Nuremberg trials where they asked him, like, how was it that you were able to get your people to do such things? And he said something to the effect of, like, well, it's easy, actually. Of course, the common man has no problem with the common man from another country, but all we have to do is convince them that there's a threat. And then, most people will engage, and then the people that are against it, you just call them pacifists or some other pejorative thing. It is very tactical, and it is very functional, and it has been going on for far too long. And we, the common man and women, have been suffering under these tactics for sure. But Justice, go ahead. You got your hand up.
Yeah, it's definitely not just this one situation. I think out of the totality of all situations, this is the least I'm concerned about. I would be more concerned about the overall programming from a few elite, worldwide, who are global, who pretend to be at war with each other to fuel each other's economies or line their pockets. That's what we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about the mass programming of people to force, vaccinations upon us, which, are basically not a vaccination at all. It's a bioweapon. and forcing us into these medical treatments that aren't in our best interest, exposing us to EMF. I mean, using social media and the television to keep us at war with one another. That's what should be concerned about. This one little act over there at Venezuela, where there were no casualties, I think is the least of my worries. My worries is the death of my mother from having to take a vaccine that was forced upon her, which gave her cancer. And my father also, the same day they got their vaccination, they both developed cancer within the same month. And you can't tell me that's not related, but it is, because I've done the research. So it's not just Venezuela. It's way more to it than one little place.
I can follow that. I've always been taught choose your battles. So certainly efficiency of life. You can't fight on every front, and I respect people choosing their battles. I would just push them to fight whatever battles you choose, fight them hard and fight to win. But now Wolf's got his hand up, and fire away.
I would put to the listeners this: the greatest imperial evil power on this planet, because we mentioned Venezuela, the dictator wouldn't leave, this and that. The United States of America was couped from within in 1963, and that regime still rules. So us justifying the regime that couped the United States, justifying their action in Venezuela by framing it as they removed a dictator from Venezuela. What about the dictators that wrested control of the United States of America away from the citizenry? Venezuela is a distraction from the consolidation of tyranny and a growing police state here at home. There should be nothing at all but a denunciation of any government, any state on this earth, forcefully taking the assets of another under the guise of freedom, while that state itself is an imperial power that conducted experiments on its own citizens with nuclear weapons, with syphilis in the Tuskegee experiment, with MK Ultra. That government removed all of the wealth building tools from the majority of the population, right, with the creation of the Federal Reserve and the de-dollarization, the end of Bretton Woods. And the cherry on top, the capstone on the pyramid of control, is the Patriot Act. So please don't frame Venezuela as good guy America taking out a dictator. It was one predator taking out another predator to take their shit. It was banditry.
Well, my concern is for the American people right now, because, our own government, CIA and everything like that, if you even research some of the projects that they do upon our own populace, you would be truly outraged. I mean, it's true. All of our rights are slowly being taken away, but it's not by the United States government. The United States government is just a piece of the puzzle. They are they all fall under the WEF, World Economic Forum. The Economic Forum basically influences everything and, basically controls the world globally. They are the ones who want the global governance, and they will do anything it takes to get there. And part of getting there is, causing these travesties, and they do things to line their own pockets, like freaking weaponized weather warfare. And that's why North Carolina, now the citizens there, they fought that they did not want a lithium mine for batteries, and they got flooded. You have Hawaii, who, those people there were taken out by a fire, which was suspicious. But now, they're building this resort, and I forget it's associated. No, they're building a smart city in place of that. But all these places that are having weather happening upon them all will be developed into smart cities. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. But right here, we're all being attacked, and that needs attention brought to it immediately. I definitely don't trust our government for sure. But in the scheme of things, I mean, you know.
Oh, I hear you. Go for it, Wolf.
That framing is strategically impaired. You and I and all the others are being encouraged to develop a hierarchy of blame and putting the WEF as somehow being over over the United States and its government officials in a hierarchy of authority. This is not true. They are co-conspirators. They are collaborators. They are partners in a globalist cartel. Don't for an instant think that the WEF or NATO or the European Union or any other power exerts control over the United States. If anything, it's the other way around, where the United States is the biggest swinging dick at the high table of these co-conspirators, right? There's no way to escape this, right? We can't defer or reduce the impact of looking critically in the mirror and realizing we, the citizens of the West, have been complicit in fertilizing tyranny. And now we are seeing that tyranny bloom, and it might be too late. I don't think it is too late, but it might be too late, and we better take things seriously now. Citizens are being openly murdered on the streets. Foreign nations are openly being conquered. There is banditry and theft under the color of light, liberty, democracy, and freedom, and it's lies. It's absolute lies.
Well, the WEF does have an impact on the United States. A lot of this stuff is set up to give us the illusion of something that is not. And, you know, just even like our freedom to elect a politician, everybody argues so much about freaking politicians, but they've already been selected well in advance. I mean, if you look at the count of our electoral vote and stuff like that, none of it truly matters. You know, like the popular vote doesn't mean shit, in all honesty. We're just given the illusion. And the nations do coordinate together. They give us a theater. They give us something to what appears to be choice, what appears to be conflict, what appears to be this or what appears to be that. But when you look at things on a global scale, those globalists, they all work together, and they really, most of them are eugenicists, and they don't care about who lives or dies.
I imagine you want to respond to that one, Wolf, and then we got Gene on the stage again with his hand.
I just wanted to offer a little bit of homework for folks. Please look up a few images of the Oval Office. Look up the statue of Lincoln seated in his chair, right? Look at the statue in Washington of of Abraham Lincoln resting his hand on a fasces with a kneeling slave before him. And then think about what that means, right? There's a park in Chicago called Balboa Park where you can find, I'm sorry, not Balboa Park. There's a monument in a park in Chicago. It's called the Balboa Monument. It was shipped to the United States in the 1930s, shipped by Italy, by fascist Mussolini-led Italy to the United States, right? The idea that somehow the U.S. is not involved as a lusty co-conspirator of these global plans is illusion. It is a lusty participant. The signs are everywhere in plain view, but we're trained not to acknowledge them because it means we have to face the horror of the condition we're in, right? Justice, from what it sounds like, you agree with me, but you framed it as if I stated the U.S. Doesn't have influence exerted on it by the WEF or others. I didn't say that. I said they were partners, right? But you keep coming back around to wanting to reframe the U.S. as somehow subordinate to a foreign power. This is nonsensical. It is the largest facet on the diamond of empire that squats on this earth and crushes us all under its weight. And here's what I want to close with. No matter the extent of all of these plots, no matter the extent of the immiseration we're forced into, we're not powerless. Our compliance is their greatest weapon. We control that. You have power. I have power. We all have power. But we have to risk to exert that power. Now is the time to take those risks. Do it with grace. Do it with nobility. Do it with an eye to the future you will bequeath to your children and your descendants. And act as if the country you want to live in is already here. And slowly, you will exert your power upon the world and etch it into existence.
Hoorah! And we got Gene with his hand up.
Yeah, so I just want to inject in there, on all those great positions. I was just watching a very interesting assessment yesterday about the WEF and the Trump administration essentially breaking away from them, and the it's called Promethean updates. It's certainly partisan to an extent. But they have a great video. It's called Trump versus Davos, Delivering the Terms of Surrender, and talking about the goals that he might be looking for to break the back of the WEF, as well as some of the history that Justice was talking about. And one other thing to an earlier point of Wolf was about the intervention in dictatorships and this good versus evil narrative, with I fundamentally agree with. I'd just add something that I've always said from my oil and gas days, and perhaps after Justy can come back on and comment, that when it comes to the world order, there's a lot of usefulness that nations find in dictatorships, that the nature of their predictability ensures some level of balance and stability within regions. So the idea that we would get rid of dictators one place and either not replace it with another or find a new one emerging elsewhere, can that be just a rebalancing of power and control?
Yeah, I just basically just wanted to say, if you guys have not researched, like really done a deep dive into these organizations, and you have to dig deep because, superficially you can go to WEF and, it doesn't seem that bad. Or you can go to the WHO and it seems pretty innocent. You can go to United Nations, these all look like
they're all trying to make the world a better place, Justice.
Exactly. We're here for sustainable development and things like that. On the surface, they look okay and they don't look like the threat. But when you realize what sustainable development means for the average everyday person, or their population division, that's another interesting one that you guys should really look into too. When you do a deep dive on these places, these organizations, you start to see that they're just shells, basically.
Absolutely.
And even like the WHO. Do you know who freaking funds the WHO? Like, if people follow these medical recommendations from the fucking WHO, which is okay. So only 13%, either 13 or 30% of the WHO's funding comes from like the organization itself. The rest of their funding comes from contributors who is financially donating to their cause. And guess who the main contributors are to the WHO? Bill and Melinda Gates, Gavi, all these like freaking vaccination organizations. So that's how you know who really matters in this world and who runs things, because who has the money to pay to influence these organizations, which influence the United States. I feel like the whole world is pretty much affected.
A con job?
Our,
a scam?
Yeah, basically. And it's all theater. But we still have power as people. We got to stop freaking arguing over stupid stuff and coming together and deciding what it is we want. How do we want to live? And only when we start coming together and doing that will we have any true change.
I smell what you're cooking, Justice. It looks like, Gene, you got your hand up. I'm not sure if it's a shadow hand, but fire away.
Nope, shadow hand.
10-4. With that being said, because everybody was talking about food before, and that made me hungry way back when, and things have progressed, I am super hungry now. Thank you for everybody for giving me an appetite. But it was an amazing conversation as usual, and I hope that, if people can give me a follow, it'd be fantastic. I was very irresponsible as a host today and didn't bring up any of that stuff. But please do give me a follow. Help me out. I could, I could use a bump in the algorithm numbers for sure. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Be well. Have a very excellent Sunday and chill out, relax, and choose your battles. Fight the good fight. And we can gain ground. It's doable. So long, everyone.
Thank you for the space, Eric.